The Marvel and DC universes are already pretty insane, but there's even more insane versions of them that have been explored in all sorts of comics released over the years. From Captain America taking part in the American Civil War to a reality where Wolverine becomes a vampire lord and has to be taken out by Punisher, who's also rocking the powers of Doctor Strange, to a reality where Superman is raised by Darkseid, to a reality where a billionaire named Epstein invites his friends over to his house for a special party where they dress up as the Justice League. I told you, there's some pretty insane universes out there. So join me as we explore some of the many different insane realities that comic writers have come up with over the years. Like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video. I'm trying to reach 125,000 subscribers by the end of the year. Not sure if I'll be able to do it, but, here's hoping. Make sure to hype the video if you're on mobile, and if you're interested, I got membership options which lets you see videos early. Without further ado, let's begin. What if the Gamma Bomb spawned 1,000 Hulks? In What If issue 71, released in January of 1995, we get a nightmare reality with the question, what if instead of the atomic bomb, the US military created a gamma bomb during World War II and dropped it on Japan? This ends exactly the way you'd think, as when the US drops the gamma bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, a ton of people died, but the survivors were all Hulk-like monsters that kept their intelligence. Wanting revenge for this attack, the gamma-powered Imperial Japanese Army invaded the United States, and took full control of the country in just a single month. So the United States was ruled by Imperial Japan for decades, though there was a resistance group created, that being S.H.I.E.L.D. While S.H.I.E.L.D. fought to free the country, the Japanese emperor, known only as the leader, realized that his Gamma army was slowly dying. Understandably, wanting to keep them alive, he captured Charles Xavier to find a way to keep them alive. Only for Xavier to fail. So the emperor then captured Reed Richards. He also failed. So he captured Bruce Banner, and not wanting to die, Bruce went along with the plan and began preparing a device that would save the Oni. Oh, right, the Japanese Hulk army was called the Oni, or the Emperor's Oni. Nick Fury then showed up and convinced Bruce to sabotage the project so that the Oni would all die. Bruce was initially a bit hesitant about this plan, but after his wife Betty was killed by the Emperor's forces, due to her being the daughter of an American general, he agreed. In the process, Bruce ends up getting gamma powers, and joins up with S.H.I.E.L.D. and the rest of the Resistance, which includes the Fantastic Four, the X-Men, and Namor. And so, the story ends with the Oni eventually dying out, and the day was saved. Except, not really, because while all of this was happening, the Third Reich took full control over Europe. So, while America is free, Europe is very much not. Captain America becomes the US president. In What If issue 26, released in January of 1981, probably one of the most well-known What If stories was told. What if Captain America had been elected president? The story is rather simple. While originally not wanting to run for president, Steve announces to the country that he's running for president under the new Populist Party ticket. He then announces Senator Andrew Jackson Hawk as his vice president. Side note, this guy's actually in the main Marvel timeline. He's just a really obscure character. Anyways, Steve wins the election against Jimmy Carter and Ronald Reagan, and reveals his identity to the world. He is then almost assassinated the moment he becomes president. He then actually captures the assassin before the Secret Service can. As the president, he orders for a giant solar collecting station that floats in orbit to be made. This station is quickly created and creates unlimited energy for the United States. And what does he do with this energy? Well, he creates solar-powered weapons. and he gives these weapons to rebels in the fictional country of San Pedro. After the rebels win the war, their leader, a man named Morez, invites Steve to San Pedro, to which Steve accepts. However, upon arriving there, it's revealed that Morez is actually Red Skull, and that he had tricked Steve into helping him. Turns out, Red Skull had actually killed the real Morez, and took his place. He then captures Steve and takes control of the orbital solar station. He then uses the station to fire giant solar beams at Washington, D.C., like he's controlling an XS-1 Vulcan. Cap then breaks out of his cell and changes the course of the solar beam to San Pedro, accidentally killing both Red Skull and himself. Steve's honored as a hero, and Andrew Jackson Hawk becomes the president. Hopefully he's a better President Andrew Jackson than the real President Andrew Jackson. This story inspired a scrapped What If episode that was later turned into an Easter egg in said show. It also served as an inspiration for Captain America becoming the president in the Ultimate Universe. The Feral Man of Steel. Released in June 1994 and written by Darren Vincenzo, The Feral Man of Steel is an Elseworlds story that tells the story of what would happen if Kal-El landed in the jungles of India instead of Kansas. The story begins with Kal-El, or as he's known in this universe, KLL, and is almost killed by a tiger named Khan. He's then rescued by some wolves, and the pack raise him as one of their own. As he grows up, he befriends a Black Panther named Jad Baja and starts to develop his powers. One day he returns home to find that his wolf family is dead, killed by some hunters. Kal-El beats them up and flies away. He then kills Khan the Tiger and skins him, wearing his body. Later, when Lex Luthor and Lois Lane arrive in India during an expedition, Kal-El leads an animal army to wipe them out, but the attack is called off when Kal-El is like, "Wow, Lois Lane is pretty." If you haven't figured it out by now, this story is heavily influenced by Tarzan and the Jungle Book. Lex then captures Kal-El and attempts to use him to assassinate Queen Victoria so that he can take control of England. Kal refuses, fights Lex, and Lex is killed by some dude named Sir Richard, who is a real person by the way. Kal-El is then named Clark and is taken in as a member of the British Empire and becomes a colonizer. No, really, that's the ending. He spreads the British Empire around the world. What a happy ending. Advocate. In What If Daredevil vs. Elektra, released in December of 2009, we're introduced to a reality in which, instead of Elektra's father dying, Matt saved her dad, but at the cost of his life. After his death, his body was taken by the Hand, who resurrected him and turned him into their most deadly assassin. Meanwhile, Elektra was recruited into S.H.I.E.L.D. by Nick Fury. Years later, and Elektra is one of Fury's best agents, and she's assigned to investigate the recent murder of Kingpin and Bullseye. With some help from Stick and Foggy, she discovers that the Hand had Matt kill them. But it's not just them that he's been ordered to kill. Elektra realizes too late that Matt, now known as the Advocate, has been sent to eliminate Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. as a whole. When she returns to base, the Hand has already invaded. While S.H.I.E.L.D. puts up a good fight, Fury and most of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are killed in the fight. Their helicarrier base is even sent crashing. Elektra and Black Widow are some of the only survivors. She then meets up with Stick, who trains her for the fight ahead. Elektra then joins forces with a group of warriors, including Black Widow, Iron Fist, Luke Cage, Wolverine, Echo, and the Silver Samurai, and together they go and attack the Hand. It's there that Elektra discovers that Matt has the severed heads of his enemies hung up around the base, including Stick's. Elektra and the Advocate fight, with Elektra coming out on top and killing him. Deceased. Released from July to December 2019 and written by Tom Taylor, Deceased is a 6-issue miniseries taking place in an alternate universe where a corrupted version of the anti-life equation has created a zombie apocalypse on Earth. These zombies, known as the anti-living, spread around the globe pretty quickly and kill and infect a variety of different heroes, like Batman, Robin, Martian Manhunter, Catwoman, Power Girl, Hawk Girl, etc. And sadly, Barry Allen fell victim to the virus. Originally, he went into hiding alongside Wally West, as Batman had warned them the dangers if they got infected. He did hide out for a little while, but Superman and Green Lantern both showed up and recruited them into the Resistance. They probably should have stayed hiding though, as while Barry was able to stay alive for a little while, he was eventually infected by Martian Manhunter. Now a zombie, he went around trying to infect people at super speeds. Luckily, Zombie Barry was killed by Superman, who literally smashed into him at supersonic speeds. But then the worst thing imaginable happened. Barry's last actions were scratching Superman, which infected him. In his final moments before becoming a zombie, Superman asked Wally West to put Lois Lane, Martha Kent, and Superman's son into the Speed Force, so he couldn't infect them. Wally was one of the few who survived the apocalypse and traveled with the other survivors to a new planet they named Earth 2, in order to start over there. Deceased was received pretty well, and received 2 sequels, Dead Planet and War of the Undead Gods. Ultimate Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver's relationship. So the Ultimate Universe in Marvel Comics was a bit controversial, due to various creative decisions. But no decision was as controversial as when Marvel decided to reveal that Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver were in a relationship. This was a very weird choice that led to some really weird moments in the comics. My favorites of which is this one, where Captain America is just dumbfounded by Wasp's support for the I-worded relationship. He is just completely flabbergasted by this revelation. Then, of course, there's the most infamous scene, where Wolverine watches the brother and sister make out, while also knowing that he banged Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch's mom. Very, very insane comic. So why were Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver a couple? Like the out-of-universe explanation? Well, it seems that it was Mark Millar's idea that was eventually expanded upon and made far worse by Jeff Loeb. How did he make it worse? Well, besides flat-out confirming that they're a couple, it's also later revealed that Quicksilver's special love for his sister may come from his special love for his dead mom. Yeah, the Ultimate Comics were interesting. Very, very interesting. But none of this actually answers the question. Why did they do this storyline? Well, we don't know. Despite it being an extremely infamous storyline, nobody from Marvel has ever commented on why this story happened. This, of course, has led to speculation from fans, with the 3 biggest theories being it was a reference to how in early Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver appearances in the main Marvel universe, they seemed awfully close. This was an attempt at creating controversy to sell issues, or it's the author's barely disguised fetish. Limo Man. In What If issue 34, released in May of 1982, the world was introduced to Tony Stark of Earth 8234-8. In this reality, he wasn't Iron Man, but instead, Limo Man. This issue of What If was a joke issue, filled with a bunch of one-off ideas. Don't believe me? Look, there's like nothing else for me to talk about this. Miles Morales becomes Captain America. First appearing in What If Miles Morales, Issue 1, released in March of 2022, we're introduced to a world in which Miles' father, Jefferson Davis, was a soldier instead of a cop. This leads to Miles growing up living at a military base, His uncle Aaron is also a soldier at this base, and one day steals the super soldier serum. Miles accidentally gets exposed to it, and instantly gains superpowers. Aaron is then ordered to train Miles as he becomes the next Captain America, though during a mission, Aaron is seemingly killed by Black Widow, resulting in Miles having to continue his missions alone. But not for long, as he's dating and working with this universe's Tiana Toombs, who is this universe's Falcon. This universe's Sam Wilson sends the pair on a mission to stop the villain Grayskull from using a cosmic cube to open up a portal to another reality in order to sell weapons to it. After accidentally summoning a bunch of symbiotes, it seems like the portal is ready to be used, but before Grayskull, Prowler, and Genki, this universe's Tinkerer, are able to open it, Miles and Tiana show up to stop them. There, Miles learns the truth about his Uncle Aaron's death. Turns out, he didn't actually die, and instead became the Prowler. Shocking, I know. The portal begins to go haywire, which results in Miles destroying the machine creating the portal with his shield, in the process seeing alternate universe versions of himself. With the portal destroyed, the day is saved. Except not really, as Prowler has a shard of the Cosmic Cube and uses it to travel the multiverse, creating a team of Prowler variants and attacking the main Marvel universe. Miles from the Captain America universe then joins up with the alternate universe versions of himself that he saw, and together they stop the Prowlers. Side note, one of the Miles variants is the Thor variant, who says, "By Odin's Fade." How did they think that was a good idea? As for Captain America Miles' powers, for the millionth time, he's got all of your standard Captain America abilities, like superhuman strength, speed, stamina, healing, etc. What if Doom became the Sorcerer Supreme? So Doom becoming the Sorcerer Supreme during the Blood Hunt event wasn't the first time that Doom was given this title. Well, in Earth 616 it is, but in What If issue 52, released in June of 1993, Doom travels to meet up with the Ancient One in order to learn how to use the mystic arts, so that he can rescue his mommy from hell. The Ancient One agrees to teach him, and he quickly rises up the ranks. Mordo starts to worry that Doom is becoming too powerful, so Doom beats him up and plants a bomb in his head, saying that he'll detonate it if Mordo tries to mess with him. Eventually, Strange shows up and begs the Ancient One to teach him, but Doom says, "Don't worry, Teach, I got this," and cuts off Strange's hands and replaces them with cybernetic hands. Strange is pretty hyped and leaves. Doom and the Ancient One eventually work together to rescue Doom's mom, but the Ancient One dies in the process, which is a bit of a problem since Dormammu's on his way. Now the Sorcerer Supreme, Doom hires the Fantastic Four to go back in time to do the pirate job so he can get the Obsidian Stone, another one of Blackbeard's treasures. They agree, and because Doom isn't evil, they don't trick him. They do leave Ben behind, though. But they're too late, as Dormammu has delivered a fatal blow to Doom. In his dying breath, Doom uses the stone to defeat Dormammu. He's then rushed to the hospital, and Strange tries to save his life, but fails. So Doom decides to enact his contingency plan. He orders his Doombots to kidnap Strange and use a device to replace his memories and personalities with Doom's. Pretty messed up ending for a Doom who wasn't all that bad. JLA, Created Equal. Written by Fabian Nicieza and released from March to April 2000, Created Equal is a 2-issue Elseworlds story that tells the story of what if every single man on Earth died. It's not because of some supervillain or anything like that. Instead, a strange cosmic storm hits the Earth with a plague that kills every single man on the planet. Well, almost all of them. The only two surviving men are Superman, who survived because of his Kryptonian DNA, and Lex Luthor, who survived via his battle armor. So yeah, they're now the only two dudes on Earth. With only women left, the world changes pretty drastically, with Themyscira being elected the capital of the world. Then comes the topic of future generations. Superman and Lois Lane have a kid named Adam, and he's the first of many children created from Superman. So, does Superman get busy with a bunch of women? No. He empties something into a big jar, and for years people just take from it. Gross. Anyways, Superman comes to the conclusion he might be a carrier of the plague that killed the world's men. So he decides to exile himself from Earth in order to protect his children. 15 years go by, and the world is changed yet again, as the Justice League is now entirely made up of women, with Wonder Woman leading the team alongside Power Girl, Supergirl, Starfire, and Batgirl, who's now a Green Lantern. Being an ambassador from Themyscira, Diana often speaks at the United Nations. She basically has to play politics when she's not doing superhero stuff. Also, everyone who's related to Superman has Kryptonian powers, and so Lex decides to use this to his advantage, and manipulates all of Superman's kids into overthrowing the women leaders of the world. Superman then returns to Earth, and with the help of Wonder Woman, Lex is defeated. Well, I guess in all fairness, they don't really defeat him. Lex has a stroke mid-fight, so I guess they automatically win. Leggeri Zakaria. First appearing in Ultimates issue 3, released in August of 2024, Leggeri Zakaria hails from the Ultimate Universe. The rebooted Ultimate Universe, not the original. She lived most of her childhood chilling out in her home country, an island nation in the Pacific Ocean. But all of that came to an end when Bruce Banner showed up as part of the US military's Operation Castle Gamma project, this universe's version of Castle Bravo. This leads me to believe that the island nation that she's from is the Marshall Islands, as they were impacted heavily by this nuclear test in real life. Anyways, the people of her nation gave the US Army permission to do their thing there, as the US military promised that they would have a ton of benefits. But the nation didn't read the small print, as a gamma bomb was activated nearby, which would cripple the island nation, as most of its people, animals, and plants began dying out in mass. The survivors either became gamma mutants or flat-out gamma monsters that terrorized the island. Leggeri was one of the people who became a gamma mutant, in her case a Hulk-like gamma mutant, and dedicated her life to protecting her people from monsters and outside forces like the US Army. Though she would eventually move past her distrust of the outside world and joined up with the Ultimates as their team's She-Hulk. While her and her people were mutated by the gamma bomb, so was Bruce, and he became the Hulk in this universe as well. Which, of course, meant the two would eventually fight each other. As for Leggeri's powers, she has your standard Hulk abilities, including superhuman strength and durability. JLA, Shogun of Steel. Released in April 2002 and written by Ben Robb, JLA, Shogun of Steel is an Elseworlds story set in feudal Japan in the 14th century. In this universe, Kal-El lands on Earth, but instead of Kansas, he lands in Japan, where he grows up as a Buddhist, and eventually joins a group of rebels to battle against the corrupt government run by Lord Zuno, aka Brainiac, who's also a robot. He meets these rebels after saving their leader, Komori, who's this universe's Batman, or Batgirl, or Batwoman, one of the three. Kal-El, or as he's known in this universe, Hoshi, has most of Superman's standard abilities. He's also got some serious skills with a sword. However, when it comes to Brainiac, the whole sword thing doesn't really work, as Brainiac has a sword made out of kryptonite, so the whole sword duel angle isn't really going to work here. But he still tries. He's eventually able to defeat Brainiac,
with the help of his rebel friends. The way he defeats Brainiac is really brutal. I mean, he literally throws him into the sun. Remember, Brainiac's a robot in this story, so Hoshi's technically not killing anyone. And so, Hoshi and the Justice League then swear to defend Japan from all who try to harm it. I'm really surprised that this hasn't gotten an anime adaptation yet. You'd think after Batman Ninja, DC would greenlight a Shogun of Steel film, but I mean, I guess not. Island of Dr. Moreau. JLA, Island of Dr. Moreau is an Elseworlds story released in September of 2002 and written by Roy Thomas. Heavily influenced by the original 1896 novel by H.G. Wells, the story's about a dude named Lucas Carr. He's lost at sea and is rescued by a man named Edward Ivo and his friend Komodo. Lucas is pretty thankful for the rescue, but notices that Komodo is a scaly. Eventually, he meets Captain Davis, the captain of the ship they're on, and he's not a fan of all the animals that Edward and Komodo are hauling. But he quickly forgets about Captain Davis as they've arrived at their destination and are met by Dr. Moreau and his crew of furries. I hate the dolphin one. I hate the way it looks. Anyways, some of these animals are Bernardus, who has an arm made out of electric eels that generates electricity, Jubatus, who has super speed powers, Delphinius, who can swim pretty well, and Diana, who is super strong. Lucas is taken in by Dr. Moreau, and that's when he remembers reading about this dude. Turns out, Dr. Moreau was wanted by authorities for cruel and horrifying experiments. And these experiments led to the creation of these furries. Turns out that Edward Ivo is also in on this. And the pair are using the animals Edward brought over to create more human-animal hybrids. Lucas is horrified by what they're doing and investigates the Furry League, and that's when he discovers they're all sentient and can speak English. They even got their own laws, and are pretty strict about following them. Soon enough, the animal people, both doctors and Lucas, head back to the mainland to show the world that these animals can be used as humanity's servants and their protectors. But nobody's buying it. So Moreau declares that he'll have the creatures catch Jack the Ripper in order to earn the respect of the people. And they do. Except Jack the Ripper is not what they thought. Turns out, he's an orangutan-human hybrid created by Dr. Moreau. He asks the Justice Animals to join him, but Diana just instantly kills him. But that's when she and the rest of her companions first taste blood. This creates tension in the group, and eventually a civil war breaks out between the animals. One side is loyal to Dr. Moreau, while the other side wants to rule for themselves and be free. They fight each other until eventually they all kill each other. With all of them dead, Lucas burns all of Dr. Moreau's research, making sure nobody can create these beasts ever again. Not a very uplifting story, but the original novel isn't very happy either, so. Side note, Dr. Moreau is very fond of Diana. Very fond, if you catch my drift. At least that's the implication I got. Captain Avalon. First appearing in Avatar's Covenant of the Shield Issue 1, released in July 2000, Stevan was a young squire who joined a group called the Elders of Avalon. As a member, he was sent off to go find the powerful magic shield called Excelsior, and after a long journey, he was eventually able to find the shield, and was even given a mystic orb called the Heart of Avalon. Eventually, he would get married, have a kid, and become the king of Avalon. He ruled as kindly as a monarch could be, and spent most of his time breaking up fights between superpowered beings, like medieval versions of Hulk, the Human Torch, Scarlet Witch, and Namor. One day, upon returning to his castle, he discovers that his wife has been murdered, and his son has been kidnapped by this universe's Baron Zemo. So Captain Avalon brings together a team of superpowered beings and begins a journey to Zemo's fortress. On this journey, he battles a variety of medieval versions of Marvel villains, such as Kraven the Hunter, Scorpion, Morbius, Electro, Magneto, and Silver Samurai. He also befriends medieval versions of Spider-Man, the Fantastic Four, and the X-Men. While his allies do battle against the villains, Captain Avalon confronts Zemo, or as he's known in this universe, Zexus. He reveals his plan to Captain Avalon. He plans to raise his kid as his own, so that he can become the next ruler of his empire. Captain Avalon isn't having any of that, so he battles Zexus. But Zexus also has another plan. He's captured the heart of Avalon and is trying to use it to go back in time to prevent his side from losing in the medieval world war they had fought each other in previously. So the two travel back to the past and continue their fights. And by continue their fights, I mean Captain Avalon pretty much immediately beats him once they reach the past. So Avalon's son becomes the king in the present, while Captain Avalon is stuck living in the past. And that's how the story ends. As for Captain Avalon's powers, he doesn't really have any. He's just a really good fighter who wields the shield of Excelsior, which can't be damaged by any weapon. As for his appearances in media, he's only ever appeared in LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2. Distant Fires. Written by Howard Chaykin and released in 1998, Superman Distant Fires is an Elseworlds story that tells a fun little story about the aftermath of a nuclear war. Because of the massive amount of radiation that's killing the planet, all of the surviving superheroes and villains no longer have any powers. This includes Superman, who is pretty much the sole survivor of Metropolis, with the story beginning with him burying Lois Lane, Perry White, Jimmy Olsen, and Batman. Clark lives in the ruins of Metropolis with a giant cat named Kryptonite, and fully expects to live a lonely life fighting giant rats. He reunites with Wonder Woman, who's part of a group of survivors consisting of Guy Gardner, Wally West, Cheetah, Billy Batson, Big Barda, Martian Manhunter, Mr. Miracle, and Joker, who was made sane because of the nuclear war. Superman and Wonder Woman then fall in love, which really ticks off Billy Batson, because apparently he and Wonder Woman at one point were dating. Very weird. Like he's an adult now, but I mean, she knew him when he was a kid, but he was like transformed into an adult at the time, so it's complicated and weird. Anyways, for years, Billy Batson plans his revenge, as he slowly gets his powers back by saying Shazam every night. This causes the magic Shazam lightning to zap him, but it also slowly gives everybody else back their powers. Eventually, he discovers Metallo, and the two team up to take down Superman. A big old battle happens, and Wonder Woman is killed by Shazam himself. Clark then realizes that Shazam's magic lightning he's been calling down every night has been actually killing the Earth, and now the planet is set to blow up. So he quickly becomes a Green Lantern using the dead Guy Gardner's ring, and uses it to create a spaceship for his and Wonder Woman's son, Bruce Kent. He launches Bruce into space, and that's the end. They all just are destined to die on Earth. Moral of the story? Nuclear war? It's pretty bad.
Wolverine tried to bang Mary Jane. So in yet again another Ultimate Universe controversy, Wolverine tries to bang Mary Jane Watson. This comes from a two-part body swap story from Ultimate Spider-Man issue 66 and issue 67, released in October 2004. In this story, Spider-Man and Wolverine get their minds swapped, so Wolverine's in Peter's body, and Peter's in Wolverine's body. This leads into some pretty funny moments. However, it also reveals something pretty bad about Wolverine. In the final page of the story, Peter is back in his own body, and when he's talking with MJ, she mentions how she wasn't ready for what he was trying to get her to do earlier in the day,
and that she wants to wait until they're a little bit older in order to do it. This obviously is referring to them banging, but Peter wasn't in his body earlier in the day. Wolverine was. And at this time, Mary Jane was like 15 years old, meaning that Wolverine, a grown adult, tried to, with a minor while he was in the body of a teenager. What if Daredevil killed Kingpin? In What If Issue 2, released in April of 1989, Daredevil breaks his no-killing rule and straight up kills Kingpin. After discovering Matt's identity, Kingpin makes Matt's life a living hell by attacking his friends, destroying his career as a lawyer, and even blowing up his house. This made Matt snap, and he straight up walks up to Kingpin and shoots him in the head. This act of murder destroys Matt even further, as he becomes insanely depressed at what he's just done. So he turns himself into the police. But weirdly enough, he's not given a traditional punishment. Instead of being put in prison or killed, his punishment is to live with the fact that he's betrayed everything that he stood for. Meanwhile, the Rose finds out about his father's murder, and instead of being happy about it, he's upset. Despite hating his father, he has an urge to avenge him, so he goes off to hunt down Matt Murdock. Meanwhile, Matt is not taking this life punishment very well, and begins to hallucinate. Punisher then shows up and tells Matt how hyped he is that he killed Kingpin, but Matt's not having this, and begs for Punisher to kill him. Punisher, realizing that Matt's having a mental breakdown, tries to get Matt some help, but he refuses and tries to run off. That's when Spider-Man shows up, and the two try and capture Matt so they can get him some help, but he escapes. He rushes over to the Rose's house and begs him for a punishment. Rose is about to execute him when suddenly Hobgoblin shows up with orders from Hammerhead to kill him. Matt and Rose work together to fight off the Goblin and his henchmen, and during the fight, Matt sacrifices his life to kill the Hobgoblin. Richard is shocked by Matt's death, but forgives him for killing Fisk. And in his honor, he decides to become the next Daredevil, with his friend Alfredo designing a Daredevil suit that allows Richard to have the same level of enhanced senses that Matt did.
Dark Multiverse, War of the Gods. So Tales of the Dark Multiverse was a series of one-shots that told alternate endings to famous DC storylines. Written by Vita Ayla and released in December of 2020, the War of the Gods issue tells the story of what if the god Hecate was able to successfully possess Wonder Woman. Because in the original storyline, they're defeated by the lasso of truth before they can do that. So what would happen if Hecate was successful? Well, in the story, Hecate is about to fail once again, but that's when one of her servants, Phobos, attacks the Themyscira and kills a bunch of Diana's loved ones, including her mother. This allows Hecate to take over Diana while she's in an emotional breakdown. Now fully in control, Hecate then rolls into Mount Olympus and slaughters the gods of Olympus, and shortly afterwards declares war on all of Earth's superheroes. However, she wouldn't be fighting this war for very long, as she'd be taken down by a bunch of magic users on Earth. Though in the aftermath of Hecate's onslaught, Superman, Batman, Martian Manhunter, Wally West, Dr. Fate, Shazam, and multiple gods of Olympus like Ares, Zeus, and Hermes are all dead. And sadly for Diana, she never comes back, and Hecate, still in her body, is locked away underneath Themyscira. The Barry Allen Story. Written by Mark Wheatley and Alan Gross, the Barry Allen story is an Elseworlds story released in October of 1994. In this story, Captain Cold shows up and starts to freeze Central City. A classic little Flash story. But things take a turn for the worse when Wally West gets frostbite and has to be brought into a hospital.
But luckily, Barry was able to defeat Captain Cold. But Captain Cold's machine that he's using to freeze Central City won't shut down. So Barry has Captain Cold come with him to shut down the Ice Age machine. However, while shutting it down, the machine explodes, killing Barry, while Captain Cold hides in an escape pod. Barry's death hurt Wally West immensely, as he blamed himself for not being there to help him. And in the 10 years after his death, Wally became so depressed about that event that he became paralyzed from the waist down due to psychological paralysis. He also became a heavy drinker while directing a film based on the Flash's death. Why was he trying to create a film about Barry Allen's death? Well, it's because Captain Cold wrote a book called Speed Demon. This book painted Barry Allen in an extremely negative light, and tried to make Captain Cold look like the victim. And the media ate that story up. So Wally wanted to set the record straight. But luckily, not everyone ate it up. Batman shows up in the story and tells people that Cold is full of it. While filming the movie, Captain Cold shows up as an advisor to the film, and things don't go well. Wally was already snapping at actors who weren't taking the film seriously, but now that Cold was here, his movie was in jeopardy, as Cold was once again lying about everything. Cold was able to take control of directing certain scenes, and even went on talk shows to advertise his book, while working on the film. Finally, Wally had enough, and confronted Cold. The two fought over a phone, and due to the scuffle, the phone falls into a puddle. Cold then grabs the phone, and tries to use it, but it electrocutes him. And that's when Wally gets up. He can now walk again, and he makes the film the way it should be. The film is a huge success, and Barry Allen's legacy is secured. Wally then becomes an extremely popular director, with his wife Linda even dubbing him the fastest director alive. Iron Man 2099. So there's two different Iron Man 2099s, and neither of them are canon to each other, or actually exist in the main 2099 continuity. Then, in Secret Wars 2099 Issue 1, released in May 2015, the world was introduced to Sonny Frisco, the Iron Man of 2099. And like I said earlier, this is not the main 2099 universe. Although Spider-Man 2099 does say that this is his home reality, but that's just not true, because this universe is listed as Earth 23 2091, while his is listed as Earth 928. Whatever, anyways, Sonny Frisco became this universe's Iron Man upon being approached by Alchemax CEO Tyler Stone to join this universe's Avengers, which consisted of Black Widow, Vision, Hawkeye, Captain America, and Hercules. As part of this Avengers, they'd come into conflict with this universe's Hulk 2099 and his team, the Defenders, which consists of Silver Surfer, Namor, Valkyrie, and Doctor Strange. The existence of the Defenders was kind of a problem, as in this universe, unless you're working for Alchemax, it was illegal to be a superhero. So the two teams fought for a little bit and Hulk was eventually captured. But this universe's Captain America felt bad for them, so she helped them escape, causing Sonny to fight her. Strangely, after the 2015 Secret Wars event, somehow Sonny ended up in the main Marvel universe and was then brainwashed by the group The Fist. He was then freed from his brainwashing by Spider-Man 2099, his universe's Captain America, and the main Marvel universe's Elektra. And after being freed, he was actually allowed to live in the main universe.
Fantastic Four: The End. Releasing from January to May of 2007 and written by Alan Davis, Fantastic Four: The End is another hypothetical Final Fantastic Four story. The story picks up in the aftermath of a series of conflicts that annihilated the world. Luckily for humanity, Reed Richards exists, and he's elected to be the leader of the entire world. And through his leadership, humanity is able to rebuild after essentially Armageddon. But Reed and the Fantastic Four aren't the only superpowered people who survived. Thor, Iron Man, Doctor Strange, She-Hulk, and more all survived. Doctor Doom also survived, although barely. In the wars that nearly ended the world, most of his body was lost and had to be replaced with machinery. He also lost Latveria, and he's not exactly thrilled about Reed Richards now being the leader of, well, everyone. So while the Fantastic Family is in their space station orbiting Earth, Doom attacks them, planning on killing all of them, and he almost succeeds. During the fight, Doom was killed, but so was Franklin and Valeria Richards. This obviously destroyed Reed and Sue. In fact, the entire team broke up. The story then jumps 20 years later, and humanity is evolving rapidly under Reed's leadership. Not only are people now living much longer, but they're colonizing other planets. In fact, most of humanity and the Inhumans have moved to Mars, including Ben, who's now in the process of being cured of his condition. The Avengers, now led by the Human Torch, operate primarily on Pluto and Neptune. However, with all of these advances comes a cost. Reed is obsessed with his work and ignores the people around him. While he does all of this, Sue has been spending the last 2 decades trying to figure out a way to somehow bring her children back, and she finally finds a way. She has Doctor Strange use some magic to bring her kids into the future so that they never died, but if you recall, they weren't the only ones that died that day. Doom is brought back as well, and he tries to go after Reed again, only to get defeated and trapped in the negative zone. While in the negative zone, he kills Annihilus and takes control over the entire reality, so it's possible that he could return one day, and this time with an army, but he would have to face off against an entire united humanity led by Reed and other heroes, so, good luck. Green Lantern 1001 Emerald Knights. Released in March of 2001 and written by Terry Laban, Green Lantern 1001 Emerald Knights is an Elseworlds story that's basically what if Green Lantern was merged with Middle Eastern folk tales, more commonly known as the 1001 Arabian Nights. The story is centered around a woman named Scheherazade, a character from Arabian Nights, attempting to assassinate the prince Ibn Raynor, believing that he's evil. However, upon realizing that he's not evil, and that people are simply doing evil in Raynor's name, she decides to tell Raynor some stories, in hopes that these tales will make him act more like a proper prince, so that he can put a stop to these bad dudes. And the stories that she tells him are simply tales from 1001 Arabian Nights, just with a Green Lantern coat of paint. The first is a Green Lantern version of the story Aladdin. The second is a Green Lantern version of the Avengers of Bellukia. And the final is an original story, I think. I mean, this whole story is original. The first story is a Green Lantern version of Aladdin, but the second and third stories are original sequels, with the second story taking heavy influence from the Adventures of Bellukia. And the third story, I think, is just completely original. Though I'm no expert in Middle Eastern folklore, so correct me if I'm wrong. The final story has a big genie battle, which leads to all of the genies dying, and having their power turned into a ring that Aladdin, or Al Jordan, wears and uses to rebuild his city after it gets destroyed. Oh my god, I just got it. It's like Hal Jordan? Why'd that take me so long to realize? The story ends with the prince and Scheherazade defeating the prince's advisor, who was the one behind all of the bad stuff going on, and then they rule in peace. Oh, and Scheherazade is also a Green Lantern. Soldier Supreme. First appearing in Infinity Wars issue 3, released in September of 2018, Steven Rogers is the result of Gamora creating Warp World, a reality inside the Soul Gem in which everyone in the Marvel Universe had their souls merged with another. So this dude is the result of Steve Rogers and Stephen Strange merging. Anyways, in this reality, Project Rebirth wasn't actually the process of turning somebody into a super soldier with a serum, but instead the process of turning somebody into a super soldier with magic. Rogers volunteered for the procedure and was given a whole bunch of powers. He would then get sent into World War II and fight alongside Bucky Wong and Dum Dum Fury. During a battle with Dormammu Red, who is a combination of Dormammu and Red Skull, obviously, he would become trapped in the Dark Dimension for decades. He was only able to escape thanks to Mordock, the combination between MODOK and Baron Mordo, breaking into the Dark Dimension. Now free, Rogers would join forces with various heroes from the main Marvel Universe in a fight against the Lovecraftian monster known as Devendra. After the battle, Rogers would join forces with a bunch of other heroes from Warp World, creating the team The Defenders. Unfortunately for everybody in Warp World, at some point, every single person in Warp World would get their souls merged again, resulting in the hero Arachnite merging with Soldier Supreme, resulting in Spider Supreme, a combination of Spider-Man, Captain America, Moon Knight, and Doctor Strange. As for Soldier Supreme's powers, he's got all of your standard super soldier abilities, like superhuman strength, stamina, and healing, but he's also got a bunch of magic abilities. He's able to cast various spells that can be used for attack or defense. He's also got healing magic, and the ability to see the true nature of things using the Eye of Agamotto. Wolverine becomes the Punisher. In What If Wolverine, released in December of 2005, we're introduced to an alternate universe Wolverine who never actually becomes Wolverine. Instead, he becomes the Punisher in the 1920s, after his friend Gerard is killed in a mob hit ordered by Dog Logan, who in this universe is a crime boss from Chicago named Scarface. But it's not just Gerard who dies. Logan's lover, Silver Fox, and his son are both killed in this hit as well. So Logan travels to Chicago to get revenge, teaming up with an information broker named Matteo DePrigia. Logan eventually finds and confronts Scarface, while Matteo unknowingly plants bombs around the building they're fighting in. And so the bombs go off, Scarface dies, and Logan lives. Logan then tells Matteo that he plans on ending crime in Chicago, and in order for him to do that, he's gonna need some help. And a lot more guns. And that's kind of it. It's a fairly simple what-if story, at least at first glance. Well, I mean, it is a simple story, but the universe it takes place in is far from simple. This all happens on Earth 717, which is home to various different what-if stories, such as the Fantastic Four being parts of the Soviet Union, Captain America serving in the American Civil War and saving Abraham Lincoln's life, and Thor being the Herald of Galactus. DC vs. Vampires. Releasing from December of 2021 to February of 2023, DC vs. Vampires is a 12-issue series written by Matthew Rosenberg and James Tynion IV. The story is about a vampire virus spreading through the DC universe that tears the world of DC's heroes and villains apart. Led by Vampire Nightwing, the vampires begin to infect various characters, like Hal Jordan, Zatanna, Gorilla Grodd, King Shark, Hawkgirl, Blue Beetle, Superman, Cheetah, Firestorm, Shazam, Aquaman, Black Lightning, Raven, Power Girl, Black Adam, Mr. Freeze, Killer Moth, Hawkman, Martian Manhunter, Condiment King, Cassie Wonder Girl, and of course, Wonder Woman. Early into the vampire outbreak, Barry Allen was killed, and Wonder Woman really wanted revenge. So she began investigating who could have killed him. And she quickly discovers that it was Hal Jordan. Upon confronting him, Hal's just like, "I'm in love with you.
So is Barry. So is everyone. And Diana's just like, I don't really care. And uses her lasso of truth. Hal reveals that he's a vampire and that he killed Barry. Diana's pretty devastated, but is then hypnotized by Hal, resulting in him infecting her. Now a vampire, Diana and Hal begin going after members of the Justice League, resulting in Superman, Hawkgirl, and various others turning, along with the death of Batman. As I mentioned earlier, Cheetah and Cassie Wonder Girl are also infected. Because the story wrapped up earlier this year, I won't go further into detail about the events of the comic. There's still a ton more I didn't talk about. So if you want to learn more, go check it out. The same goes for the 6-issue spin-off series, DC vs. Vampires, All Out War, released from September 2022 to February of 2023. And written by Matthew Rosenberg and Alex Packnadel.
What If World War Hulk? Released in December of 2009, What If World War Hulk answers 3 what-if questions about the World War Hulk storyline. There's What If Thor entered World War Hulk, in which Thor shows up to fight Hulk and convinces him to stand down, and Hulk leaves Earth. There's also a joke what if that features a whole bunch of goofy one-off joke universes. But the one that I want to focus on is the first story, What If the Heroes Lost World War Hulk? See, in World War Hulk, Iron Man fires the laser from the satellite after some hesitation, but in this version of the story, he doesn't hesitate, and when he fires the laser, not only does it kill a whole bunch of Hulk's forces, it ends up killing a whole bunch of his own friends and allies. Think the ending of Act 1 of Gears 5, only on a much worse scale, as Spider-Woman dies. Except, that's not actually Spider-Woman. That was the Skrull Queen, who was going to be revealed in the Secret Invasion storyline. And upon seeing this, the Skrulls who are watching all of this unfold decide to enact their plan early. And so, when the carnage is all over, the Skrulls reveal themselves and proceed to take over the world, killing most of the remaining heroes. The story then jumps forward a few months, as the Skrulls have won, and only a handful of heroes remain, including Hulk. Except Bruce is pretty depressed and wants to die. Luckily, Vision shows up and convinces him to Hulk out one more time to help take out the Skrulls. And he tries, but the Skrulls release a bioweapon that kills every single remaining hero except for the Hulk. With the world basically over, Hulk summons the Silver Surfer and begs him to lead Galactus to Earth to destroy it. So Galactus arrives and eats Earth, but he spares Hulk as he makes Bruce a deal, become his new herald, and he'll remove all of his memories. So Hulk accepts his new role as the Herald of Galactus, and the story ends.
Superman, Last Son of Earth. Released from July to August 2000 and written by Steve Gerber, Superman Last Son of Earth is an Elseworlds story about what if the Superman origin story was reversed. What if a child was launched from Earth before its destruction to Krypton? A very different Krypton, as everyone wears biosuits that allows them to live for centuries. In this story, Jor-El and his not-wife, Lara, discover baby Clark Kent. And Lara's like, let's leave this baby to die. And Jor-El's like, what? No. He then adopts Clark and starts to teach the kid how to live on Krypton. Krypton also practices arranged marriages, as Jor-El is then arranged to marry Lara, and she hates this. Years go by, and Clark discovers a Green Lantern ring and becomes Krypton's Green Lantern. Though eventually, Clark would return to Earth, as it turns out it wasn't actually destroyed. You see, a meteorite had hit Earth in 1968, but I guess it didn't wipe out humanity, as when Clark arrives on Earth, he discovers that humanity still exists, along with Lois Lane, Jimmy Olsen, and yes, Lex Luthor, who steals Clark's Green Lantern ring in an attempt at becoming all-powerful. 3 years later, in March 2003, a sequel one-shot titled Superman Last Stand on Krypton was released, also written by Steve Gerber. It tells the story of Superman battling Lex Luthor and General Zod during Krypton's final days, as the story ends with Krypton exploding, with Lara and Lois Lane being transported off the dying world, as Superman stays behind and dies.
What if Sue had died in childbirth? In What If issue 42, released in September of 1983, a rather depressing question gets answered. What if Sue died while giving birth to Franklin? As you'd probably expect, this is a very sad and depressing story. The story spins off from Fantastic Four Annual 6, released in August of 1968. In Earth 616, Sue is at risk of dying while giving birth to Franklin due to the cosmic rays that gave her her powers. So Reed, Ben, and Johnny travel to the negative zone to find some Element X, an element that if given to Sue will save her life. But while trying to get it, they have to fight Annihilus, and luckily they get back in time to save her. But in this story, they take too long to get Element X, and by the time they return, Sue is dead. But Franklin is born. Beyond depressed that the love of his life is gone, Reed decides to get revenge on Annihilus for wasting his time, so he travels back to the negative zone with a single goal in mind: to kill Annihilus. Realizing what Reed's doing, Johnny, Ben, and Namor travel to the negative zone to stop him, but they fail, and both Annihilus and Reed are killed, all according to Reed's plan. Yeah, he wasn't expecting to return, which means that he abandoned Franklin, which is, kind of weird. Green Lantern Evil's Might. Releasing from August to October of 2002, Green Lantern Evil's Might, written by Howard Chaykin and David Tishman, is a 3-issue Elseworlds story that tells the story of an alternate Kyle Rayner. In this reality, Kyle is living in 1888 New York City. He's a political cartoonist who one day stumbles upon a mysterious Green Lantern, and inside the lantern is a ring. Taking the lantern and the ring, Kyle becomes Green Lantern and fights all sorts of bad guys while he tries to make the world a better place for the immigrants of New York City. Some of these bad guys include William Tweed, the head of Tammany Hall, who's probably the most corrupt person in the city. Then there's Hal Jordan and Alan Scott, who are actually both bad guys in this universe. Hal Jordan is a police officer who is dating Carol Ferris, but when Carol shows more interest in Kyle, Hal snaps a bit and begins to work with some gangs in order to take care of Kyle so that he can win Carol. Then there's Alan, who's just a complete psychopath in this universe. He's a gang leader who just kills people at random, and worst of all, he also gets the power of the Green Lantern Corps. By the end of the story, Hal turns a new leaf, then dies. Kyle defeats Alan, then dies. And Tweed goes to jail, then doesn't die. And Carol becomes the new Green Lantern. Last thing that I'll mention is that the origin of the lantern and the ring in this universe is very different. In this universe, the ring comes from a Blarney stone, and the ring was created by a leprechaun king, and the lantern was created to power the ring using leprechaun magic. What if the world knew that Daredevil was blind? In What If issue 8, released in January of 1978, the world finds out that Daredevil is blind, thanks to Electro. During a fight between Electro and Daredevil and Spider-Man, Electro sets off an extremely bright light of electricity right in front of Daredevil. Noticing that he didn't react to it at all, he quickly comes to the conclusion that Daredevil is blind. In order to confirm this, he demands Daredevil tell him the color of his costume, and Matt can't answer, confirming to Electro that he is. So Electro decides to rat Daredevil out to the Daily Bugle, who proceeds to tell everyone in New York City about it in their newspaper, while Matt's friends tell him that he should probably quit being Daredevil since people are going to take advantage of this knowledge. Matt refuses and continues to fight the good fight. But his friends were right. His villains quickly become ableist and used his lack of eyesight to their advantage. At least, I think that's them being ableist. Would this be considered ableist? Whatever. Because of this, Matt decides to undergo an experimental procedure to regain his eyesight. So he travels to the fictional country of Lightenbad in order to have a doctor there do the operation, and the operation is a success. But it turns out that Lightenbad is ruled by a dictator, and that dictator didn't really like the doctor. So Daredevil protects the doctor from this dictator, and in the fight, Matt is hit with a bunch of radiation while trying to prevent the dictator from launching a superweapon, and this radiation takes away his powers, so now he's just a guy. After one more fight against the villain, the Owl, he reveals his secret identity to the public, and instead of continuing to fight crime like other heroes without powers, Matt decides to retire and gets married to Karen. Caveman Flash. First appearing in The Flash issue 768, released in May 2021, Ugg is a caveman, who is also a speedster. You see, when Wally West attempted to cut himself off from the Speed Force, his consciousness was sent through time and space, and he began possessing random speedsters throughout history, like Ugg. But when he possessed Ugg, a nearby Velociraptor was hit with some Speed Force energy. I guess creationists got it right in the DC universe. Anyways, that raptor became a speedster, and the two became fast friends. After the raptor tried to kill Ugg, of course, but, you know, who cares? Ugg decided to name him Swoosh, and the two would team up and do whatever a caveman and a dinosaur would do together. Probably beat up random things. I don't know. Their prehistoric life was put on hold for a few when Gold Beetle brought the pair into the present to help the Flash family take on the Fraction, a multiversal army trying to plunder random universes. They helped out for a bit, and after the fighting, they were sent back to their time. As for Ugg's powers, he's got your standard speedster abilities. As to how he got these abilities, we don't know. Unforgiven. Released in May 1994 and written by Christopher Priest, Unforgiven is an Elseworlds story that tells the story of what would happen if the Kryptonian Empire invaded Earth and occupied the planet. In this universe, Kal-El is originally part of the Kryptonian Empire, but after spending years of hearing about various war crimes and authoritarian actions being enacted by the Empire, Kal eventually turns against his own people and sides with Batman, who is one of Earth's final freedom fighters. Bruce has been fighting the good fight for roughly 30 years at this point, so he's a much older Batman. And speaking of old folks, the Kents also exist in this universe, and they're just one of the many, many slaves forced to work for their Kryptonian overlords. Anyways, once Batman is captured by Lex Luthor, who is siding with the occupying forces against his own people, he's freed by Superman. As a freedom fighter, Kal-El takes up the mantle of Superman and teams up with fellow resistance fighters like Lois Lane, and is eventually forced to face off against Luthor and his own father, Jor-El. Honestly surprised that Kal-El didn't turn against the Kryptonians sooner. I mean, they forced him to wear this every day. Like, what is this? Old Man Logan. Old Man Logan is an 8-issue storyline that ran from June 2008 to September 2009. Written by Mark Miller and Steve McNiven, this story takes place in a dystopian America. After Mysterio tricks Wolverine into wiping out most of the X-Men, America soon falls, as the world's villains team up to take out the world's heroes. 50 years into this new era, Wolverine, now just called Logan, is forced to go on an adventure to save his family from the evil Hulk gang. These are a bunch of Hulk children born from Hulk and She-Hulk. Yeah, Bruce and Jennifer had quite the wacky relationship in this universe. Anyways, Logan works together with Hawkeye to do a job so he can get money he can use to pay the Hulk gang so that they don't kill his family. The story features a wide variety of characters, like Spider-Bitch, yes that's her name, Venom, Kingpin, President Red Skull, and more. The story comes to an end with Logan wiping out the Hulk gang and taking Hulk's youngest child as his own.
He also wore an Iron Man armor for a bit, which is pretty cool. The story was an instant success, doing really well in sales and being well received. This led to the Old Man Logan universe being continued in various comics. Most notably, the Old Man Logan series released from July 2015 to December 2018, lasting 55 issues. Well, except not really. For some reason, it was decided that this Old Man Logan series was actually set in a separate universe than the original Old Man Logan storyline. So there's just two very similar Old Man Logan universes. And to make things even weirder, the Logan from this new universe jumped into the main Marvel universe for quite a while. And in the main Marvel universe, Old Man Logan fought against foes like Kraven the Hunter and Bullseye, took part in Civil War II, and even joined the main universe's X-Men. Though he would eventually return to his universe, and he would actually die in the miniseries Dead Man Logan. While this Old Man Logan universe is by far the more explored, the original universe still has popped up occasionally, such as the miniseries Old Man Hawkeye. The Old Man Logan story has been adapted, or at the very least referenced, in a variety of media, such as Marvel Heroes, Contest of Champions, and of course, the 2017 masterpiece, Logan. Although, Logan was more of a soft adaptation, Hulk didn't bang his cousin in this one. Wonder Woman, Dead Earth. Dead Earth is a 4-issue miniseries written by Daniel Warren Johnson, and it tells a story set in another universe, where Wonder Woman battles monsters in a post-apocalyptic Earth. Basically, Wonder Woman kills Superman, and the fight between the two causes the world to end. But why would she kill Superman? Well, because Themyscira got nuked after a war between humanity and the Amazons that was caused by humanity refusing the Amazons' help in combating climate change and resource depletion. Superman tried to stop the nuclear attack, but failed. Just a little bit angry, Diana let her anger out on Superman. So, yeah, Diana is partially to blame for the world being in chaos. Partially, the nukes didn't exactly help either. Anyways, she teams up with the last remnants of humanity to battle the mutated abominations that plague the world. Though it's not just humans that she teams up with, but also Cheetah, who is now a monster. Turns out, after the world ended, humanity thought that she was working with Diana to destroy the world. So they experimented on her. But it gets worse. The abominations terrorizing the world are actually the remnants of the Amazons. Because of their immortality and magic, the nuclear hellfire didn't exactly wipe them out, but instead turned them into monsters. And these monsters are being led by Hippolyta, who wants to wipe out humanity for what they've done. Diana's like, no, and kills all the monsters. So Hippolyta retreats into exile. Side note, can't exactly show you this, but Wonder Woman rips out Superman's spine and skull from his corpse and uses it as a weapon. Insane. Captain America: The End. Released in February of 2020 and written by Eric Larson, Captain America: The End is a one-shot that tells a story that's meant to be the hypothetical final Captain America story. The story takes place in a post-apocalyptic Earth, in the aftermath of Captain America's final battle with Red Skull. While Captain America kills him, Red Skull releases a mist into the air that becomes a virus that mutates people and makes them look like him. Not only that, but it also makes them crazy, bigoted, and cannibals. Captain America is one of the very few who haven't been infected. During a battle with some Red Skulls, he stumbles upon a group of survivors. Together, they travel the wasteland and discover a SHIELD helicarrier, which contains MODOK, who is revealed to be the leader of this Red Skull civilization.
Cap battles and kills him, and then makes a very shocking discovery. It turns out the cure to the Red Skull's bioweapon is actually just Steve's blood. So Steve begins to cure people and creates a resistance group, eventually gathering enough soldiers so he didn't have to fight anymore. So while Cap is donating his blood, the Resistance rounds up Red Skulls and injects them with Steve's blood, curing them. And that's how the story ends. The Fantastic Farce. In What If issue 89, released in July of 1996, we got introduced to a rather unique alternate universe. In this universe, after being hit with the cosmic rays and crashing on Earth, the Fantastic Four don't wake up by themselves, but are instead captured by the US government. Well, at least Reed is. The others are captured by a different government. And if you think that Reed will be treated well by the US government, think again. Everyone hates him. Because of his stretchy condition, Reed is forced to wear a prototype Stark exoskeleton, which just makes people hate him even more, as they think he did all of this just to get his hands on it. They also think that Reed's a terrorist, and did this unauthorized launch into space to sabotage the US space program. Luckily for Reed, Matt Murdock is here. Unfortunately for Reed, he's here on the behalf of the US government, and is leading the charge against Reed. Reed is eventually found guilty on charges of manslaughter and treason. Sue then shows up and reveals to Reed that the US government lied about her, Johnny, and Ben's deaths. Sue then rescues Reed, but this escape doesn't end well, as while they do escape, Sue reveals that her molecular structure has been falling apart, and she doesn't have much time left before she dies. She then dies. It's then Nick Fury shows up and reveals to Reed that Johnny is being used as a living thermal battery by the Latverian government. So Reed is sent off to Latveria to rescue Johnny from Dr. Doom, but this plan fails almost immediately, as when Reed arrives, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent sent to wait for him there is already dead, and Reed is then captured by the Latverian government. They then rip Reed out of his exoskeleton, which leaves him in a permanent stretched out state. Reed tries to attack Doom, but he's way outclassed by Doom. It's then revealed that Ben's also being held prisoner by Doom, and has been being tortured for 7 years straight, as Doom has been trying to break into his rocky shell in order to get the cosmic power he believes is still inside of him. Reed then rage baits Ben into smashing the walls of their cells. The two of them try and rescue Johnny, but fail, as once they free Johnny, he activates his flame powers to attack Doom, and this kills Johnny and Doom. Reed and Ben are then recruited by Fury into working at a government job in Nevada, and that's how the story ends. Superman's Metropolis. Released in 1996 and written by Jean-Marc Lassifere, Randy Lassifere, and Roy Thomas, Superman's Metropolis is an Elseworlds story and a kinda crossover between Superman and the 1927 film Metropolis. The story sees Clark Kent arriving from space as a baby, and then being taken in by the Kent family. Because of this, Clark now comes from a very wealthy family, as his father, John Kent, is the master of Metropolis. Unfortunately for the Kent family, the evil scientist named Luthor is actually in love with John's wife, and out of jealousy, he kills her and then turns John into a puppet using hypnosis, allowing him to secretly rule over Metropolis. As he gets older, Clark learns about the social inequality of Metropolis once he meets a teacher named Lois Lane. He joins the standard workforce and then tries to convince his daddy to fix the city. But John refuses, because Luthor still has him under his control. Luthor then captures Lois Lane and then creates a robot modeled off her named Fotara in order to prevent a potential revolution from happening. It's then revealed that Clark actually has superpowers. It turns out when Luthor killed Clark's mother, he discovered that Clark had powers, and so he erased his memories so that he would forget that he had powers.
Clark then becomes Superman, destroys Futara, and kills Luthor, who's revealed to be a cyborg being fueled by kryptonite. Also, John Kent dies. Rest in peace. The day is saved, and Clark and Lois become the new rulers of Metropolis, and begin the process of fixing the city. Luthor would go on to appear in 2 more stories set in the Metropolis continuity, titled Batman Nosferatu and Wonder Woman the Blue Amazon. In these stories, it's revealed that before he died, Luthor had experimented on people. Take the Laughing Man, for example, who's this universe's Joker. He's a terrifying cyborg that was sent to live in Arkham. Seriously, this might be like the scariest look Joker's ever had. Stan Lee's The Flash. In the early 2000s, Stan Lee teamed up with DC Comics to create a 13-issue series called Just Imagine. The idea behind this series was that in each issue, Stan Lee would give his own take on a classic DC character, like Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, Catwoman, Robin, Shazam, Green Lantern, etc. And of course, there was The Flash. Stan Lee's Flash was a woman named Mary Maxwell. Bored out of her mind at college, all she wanted to do was to become a superhero like the comics she read. Well, she gets that chance one day when a bunch of people from the organization Stealth show up to kill her father for being a very important scientist. Mary and her father escape in a rocket car and go into hiding in Australia. But Stealth finds them pretty quickly, and they're forced to escape again. This time via boat. Except while trying to escape, they find themselves in a green ocean. Mary accidentally falls into it, and is now losing her energy rapidly. So her dad decides to take some DNA from a dead hummingbird and inject it into his daughter. Somehow this works, and she's cured. But then, Stealth shows up, and they're finally able to kill him. Somehow, the hummingbird DNA gives Mary speedster abilities, and she's able to escape Stealth. Using her newfound powers, she decides to become the superhero, The Flash, and goes after Stealth directly. As for her powers, she's got all your standard speedster abilities, alongside a bulletproof outfit. Wolverine, Lord of the Vampires. In What If issue 24, released in February of 1991, a story is told about Wolverine becoming a vampire. During a battle with Dracula, Wolverine becomes a vampire. However, he doesn't fall under Dracula's mind control. Instead, he challenges Dracula for the title of Lord of the Vampires. Dracula agrees to the challenge, and then gets owned, and Wolverine straight up decapitates him. Now the Lord of the Vampires, Wolverine decides, I'm gonna take over the world. So he creates a giant vampire army and declares war on humanity and mutants. And he actually gets pretty far in his quest for global domination, as he's able to kill most of Earth's heroes and villains. And if not kill them, he turns them into vampires. But there was one hero he didn't kill, the Punisher. Now a vampire hunter, the Punisher works with the ghost of Doctor Strange to defeat Wolverine and his vampire army. During the big final battle, Kitty Pryde, who was a vampire at this point, is killed by Punisher, which causes Wolverine to just snap, and actually ends up killing Punisher. However, in doing this, it makes Wolverine realize what he's doing, and he's pretty horrified by what he's become. So he heads over to the Darkhold and recites the spell known as the Montesi Formula. This spell wipes out every single vampire in existence, finally putting an end to Wolverine's vampiric rampage. Tony ends the Age of Heroes. In What If issue 64, released in June 1994, Tony Stark decides to go public. Not like reveal that he's Iron Man, although he does do that. He patents the Iron Man armor, and then he starts selling the armor around the world. This results in the deaths of a lot of heroes. For example, the entire Fantastic Four are killed with Iron Man tech purchased by Doctor Doom. An Iron Man arms race begins, and Magneto is not very happy. He tells the United Nations to stop using Iron Man tech. If they don't, he'll destroy them. The United Nations then respond with creating the Sentinels. These Sentinels would go out and kill most of the X-Men, and the final few X-Men that were alive were then killed by Magneto and his forces. So it's up to a team consisting of War Machine, Spider-Man, Daredevil, Elektra, Thor, Hank Pym, Wasp, and Iron Man to stop Magneto. Yep, Tony's back in the fight. After going public and seeing all the damage he caused, Tony became recluse for a while, though he's eventually broken out of the slump once he finds out that Magneto is causing mayhem everywhere, since everyone's using Iron Man tech, and Magneto can easily just rip that apart. So Tony creates a giant Iron Man armor made out of polymer, and flies off to face him. It also looks really ugly, it's terrible. War Machine also has a very weird armor. Tony also has a plan. He's gonna absorb all of Magneto's magnetic energy to cause his armor to explode, which will then send the energy to some satellites that'll then spread the energy across the globe to destroy all Iron Man armor and Stark tech. However, this would force the world into a new Dark Age, so the Avengers calm Tony down, and they decide to threaten the world's governments to stop production of the Sentinels, or they'll send the world back into the Dark Age. And so, the Age of Heroes is over, as a good chunk of Avengers, the entire Fantastic Four, and every single X-Men is dead. But hey, Tony and the rest of the surviving heroes made a new Avengers team, so that's cool, I guess. Silent Running. Written by Peter Tomasi, Silent Running is an Elseworlds story released in September of 1996. The story centers on two brothers, Brian and Tristan, and they're both living in a post-apocalyptic nightmare. It's the world's ended, and there's very few people left. And the few who remain are part of a cult that worships the Flash. Why do they worship the Flash? Well, it's because they were given information about him, along with the Book of Virus, from Martian Manhunter. Anyways, the cult wants to get zapped by lightning in order to harness the Speed Force. And one day, Tristan and Brian's dad get zapped. He doesn't get powers, but he returns to the cult and tells Brian that he's basically the chosen one and will be chosen by the lightning to become the next Flash. Meanwhile, Tristan is pretty jealous, and so he kills their father and calls Brian a non-believer. The two go off to bury their father in a giant hole, arguing all along the way. On their way back, they come across a giant monster that I think is meant to be Block? Anyways, they escape the monster, and they're both zapped by lightning. And surprise, surprise, Brian is chosen. Tristan is pretty mad, so he knocks his brother out and has him hooked up to a machine that allows him to live forever. This goes on for hundreds of years, as Tristan keeps Brian locked away, because the machine he's hooked up to not only keeps Tristan living forever, but it also provides power to the people. But Tristan is running a fascist government, so eventually a woman named Deborah frees Brian. Together they escape and find Martian Manhunter, who gives Brian the original Flash suit. And then Martian Manhunter leaves Earth forever. Brian confronts his brother, and the two battle it out. Their fight leads them to the hole they buried their dad in, and Tristan falls into it, dying. Afterwards, the world begins to slowly heal, as the cult now lives in comfort in a dome. But this peace has a cost. Brian has went back to the machine, and willingly hooked himself up to it. It's a pretty depressing story, but it's also part of the Legends of the Dead Earth event, so, I mean, what did you expect? Injustice. The Injustice series is an alternate continuity in DC's vast multiverse. Created for the 2013 video game Injustice Gods Among Us, in this universe, Superman has a bit of a brow moment when he accidentally kills Lois Lane and their unborn child due to a scheme from Joker. Afterwards, Superman kills Joker and begins a new fascist dictatorship across the world as he makes war illegal and has everyone who commits a murder or another crime at that level killed. Superman is actually able to convince quite a decent amount of heroes and villains to his cause, like Hal Jordan, The Flash, Cyborg, Wonder Woman, Black Adam, Lobo, Cheetah, Sinestro, Damian Wayne, Raven, and Shazam. However, Batman disagrees with all this and creates his own underground rebel faction consisting of characters like Martian Manhunter, Green Arrow, Black Canary, Catwoman, Harley Quinn, Batwoman, Lex Luthor, Batgirl, and Zatanna. The game's main plot had Batman's faction, the Insurgency, bring over a bunch of heroes from another universe to help them beat Superman. They succeed and the day is saved. Until Injustice 2, where they're forced to work with Superman and his regime to fight off Brainiac, and Gorilla Grodd's new faction, the Society. Superman in this continuity is pretty brutal. For example, he beats Green Arrow to death in front of Pa and Martha Kent, murdered Shazam once he started questioning the regime, and in the non-canon Superman ending to Injustice 2, he uses Brainiac's mind control technology to force Batman and the rest of the Insurgency to join his side as mindless slaves. The Injustice continuity is pretty popular, and so far as 2 console games, 2 mobile games, 2 different prequel comic series, an animated film adaptation that apparently everybody hates, I haven't seen it, and a crossover comic with He-Man that I assume isn't canon.
Captain America 2099, first appearing in Secret Wars 2099 Issue 1, released in May of 2015, Roberta Mendez was married to a man named Harold, and Harold was a giant piece of crap. He forcefully injected his wife with the Super Soldier Serum. This obviously gives Roberta superpowers, and she was given the name Captain America. Now, when I say that she was given the name Captain America, I mean she didn't have a choice. In this alternate 2099 universe, yeah, it's not the same 2099 as, like, Spider-Man 2099, you can't be a superhero unless you work for the company Alchemex. And so, she became the Captain America of Alchemex's Avengers team. But what's messed up is that she didn't actually know about any of this. The Super Soldier Serum given to her actually created a split personality, so she would turn into Captain America whenever she heard a trigger phrase like Avengers Assemble, and Roberta wouldn't have any memories as her time as Cap. This was all her husband's doing, by the way. Like I said, a real piece of crap. As Captain America, she did a bunch of jobs for Alchemex, and came into conflict with the Defenders, a team of superheroes who didn't want to work for Alchemex. She was ordered to have them arrested, but she wasn't really cool with that order, and she betrayed the team and freed the Defenders after they were captured. She would then be told about her double life, and worked with the Defenders to defeat the grandson of Baron Mordo. And after this adventure, the Defenders and Roberta were allowed to continue working as heroes. Roberta would then get sent to the main 616 universe in the aftermath of the Secret Wars 2015 event, but with amnesia. Well, at least Roberta had amnesia. Her Captain America identity remembered everything and tried to return to her reality, working together with Spider-Man 2099 to restore their reality. Her Captain America personality was also now capable of talking to Roberta. Anyways, after restoring her reality, she returned, and she hasn't been seen since. As for her powers, Roberta has pretty much all of your standard Captain America abilities, like superhuman strength, speed, healing, and stamina. Her shield is also an energy shield, and she has a pair of energy wings that allow her to fly for a bit. As for her appearances in media, she's appeared in Marvel Avengers Academy, Marvel Future Fight, and LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2. Thing becomes Venom. In What If Dark, Venom, released in August of 2023, we're introduced to a world in which, after being rejected by Spider-Man and left with the Fantastic Four, the Venom symbiote is fuming. But he's not the only one fuming. Thing's not too happy either. Ben just returned from Battleworld and is just really sad that he can't be human anymore. He claims that Reed isn't trying to help him anymore, but Reed tells him that this isn't true. And while he wants to continue the conversation, he can't, because he's called away to an interview, but he does invite Ben to dinner. Seeing all of this, the Venom symbiote realizes that Ben would be a pretty good host, and convinces Ben to release it. That's when Reed walks back in and discovers that Thing has now bonded to the symbiotes. Reed tries to warn him that it's dangerous, but Ben doesn't believe him, and uses the symbiote to revert back to his normal human self. Reed tries to free Ben, but Ben's not having it, and he escapes. Ben tries to have a good time now that he's human again, but quickly ends up in a fight with the Lizard. Dr. Connors starts claiming to Ben that the Fantastic Four are secretly scared of him, and that everyone will eventually reject him. Thing doesn't believe him at first, but Lizard then tells him that he wants to use the symbiote to help people regrow their limbs, and that if Ben helps him, he'll be looked at as a hero by everyone. Nobody would ever be scared of him ever again. But the Lizard was trolling, and once he convinces Ben to help, he steals the symbiote for himself. Lizard then storms over to the Baxter building to kill Reed, as not only does the symbiote want him dead, but so does Lizard, due to him hating Reed for thinking that he was better than him on Battleworld. And he brutally kills both Reed and Sue. Thing battles Lizard, which gains the symbiote's respect, and it bonds with him over the Lizard. Thing then executes Lizard, and fully embraces becoming a monster. Just imagine Wonder Woman. Released in January of 2002, Just Imagine Wonder Woman is a one-shot written by Stan Lee. Yes, you heard me right, Stan Lee. The idea behind this story was to let Stan Lee reimagine DC's most popular heroes. He did one for Batman, The Flash, Superman, and others, including Wonder Woman. His version of Wonder Woman is a woman named Maria Mendoza. She lives in Peru and is the daughter of a local judge. Being a judge, he's got a lot of enemies, including a man named Armando Gute, who's excavating a holy site, looking for some powerful ancient runes that would allow him to take over the world. Judge Man doesn't really like this, and so is killed. So in order to get revenge, Maria sneaks into the site with the help of an archaeologist named Steve Trevor, and stumbles upon the runes. There's the Dark Rune and the Light Rune. The Dark one is already smashed, so she decides to finish up the job and smash the Light Rune. And once she does that, she's given the magical powers of the Incan sun god. Or I guess a more accurate description would be that she was given a magical staff that gives her the powers whenever she's holding it. Using her newfound powers, she went over to stop Armando, who had destroyed the Dark Rune and now had superpowers of his own. And by superpowers, I mean he turned into this giant monster thing. The two battled it out, until eventually Maria straight up impaled him. Now that he's dead, she decides to become a superhero, living in Los Angeles. As for her powers, she has none. However, when she's holding the golden staff, she's given superhuman strength and speed, along with the ability to fly. Her staff also has the ability to transform into various things, like a lasso or a shield.
Superman: The Dark Side. Releasing from August 1998 to October of the same year, and written by John Francis Moore, Superman: The Dark Side is a three-part Elseworlds story that answers the age-old question, what if Superman landed on Apokolips instead of Earth? Well, it's more like what if Superman as a baby was taken to Apokolips, as the ship he was in was intercepted and brought there. It wasn't like Jor-El was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna send my infant son to Apokolips. That sounds like a good idea. Anyways, upon arriving at Apokolips, Darkseid took great interest in him, and raised him as his own son, and eventually over time, Kal-El became his most powerful warrior, even killing Kalibak in a gladiator match. He'd then lead a mission to New Genesis to wipe out the New Gods, but there he was sent to Earth by the High Father. There, on Earth, he'd meet Lois Lane and accidentally bring the Apocalypse and New God War to Earth. This would allow humans to take New God technology and use it for themselves, as Lex Luthor captured Kal-El with his tech, only for Darkseid to then show up and teleport him to Granny Goodness, who proceeds to torture him to death. Darkseid then tells Kal-El about his plan to use the anti-life equation, and that Kal-El is literally a weapon. Turns out that Jor-El is a really bad dude in this continuity, as he recorded a message telling Kal to rebuild the Kryptonian Empire and lay waste to all that oppose him. Kal-El isn't really a fan of this and turns against Darkseid to save Earth. And so, with the help of the surviving New Gods, Kal-El becomes Superman and defeats Darkseid and his empire. He then marries Big Barda and returns to Apokolips to rebuild the planet into a free world. Overall, it's a pretty interesting story that I'm surprised hasn't been revisited. You would think with the recent evil Superman archetype craze, we'd get some kind of loose adaptation of the story in Supergirl or something. To my knowledge, the only time this universe has ever been revisited was in promotional art in a Wizard magazine, where you can just barely see this version of Superman fighting a Green Lantern in a multiverse battle.
Daredevil, End of Days. Releasing from October 2012 to June 2013, and written by Brian Michael Bendis and David W. Mack, Daredevil End of Days is an 8-issue miniseries that tells a hypothetical final Daredevil story. The story begins with Daredevil killing Kingpin. This causes the police to turn on Matt, and Daredevil disappears for years, only to return one night to fight Bullseye, but he doesn't win the fight with Bullseye and is killed, his final word being Mapone. This leads to Ben Urich to begin an investigation into what Matt was talking about. He begins his investigation by trying to interview Daredevil's friends and foes, like Punisher, Turk, Black Widow, Bushwhacker, Typhoid Mary, Echo, Elektra, the Owl, and Kilgrave. Most of his friends have moved on, with Echo now being a college professor, Elektra raising her and Matt's sons, and Punisher being locked up in prison, at least until he escapes. Punisher then kills Owl and Kilgrave, and then threatens Timothy Lang. Oh right, Timothy. Timothy is from the main Marvel universe, but he's an extremely minor character, and is the adopted son of Ben Urich. In this universe, he was trained by Matt to become his successor. This leads to Tim becoming the new Daredevil, and he saves his father from dying at the hands of bullets, but fails to save his dad when he gets targeted by the Hand. The story ends with Tim discovering what Mapone is. She's the daughter of Matt Murdock and Black Widow, who, by the way, is dead. Not only is she the daughter of these two heroes, but she's also the reincarnation of Stick, who Matt told Tim years ago would train him. Golden Oldie. In Marvel Team-Up issue 137, released in October of 1983, we're introduced to a reality in which the question nobody asked was answered. What if Aunt May became a herald of Galactus? The story starts with Aunt May, Peter, and Mary Jane going to see the circus, and they just so happen to be seated right next to the Fantastic Four. They're all enjoying the show, but then the Fantastic Four and Spider-Man are called away to deal with an emergency. Franklin stays behind and is babysitted by Aunt May. They continue to enjoy the show until Galactus shows up, demanding that Franklin become his newest herald, due to his powers. I was gonna make a joke about how Galactus is breaking child labor laws, but this also counts as kidnapping, and Galactus kills billions on the daily, so this really isn't that big of a deal to him. He shoots out a cosmic beam to transform Franklin, but the kid fights back and deflects the blast, which makes it hit Aunt May instead, transforming her into the superhero, the Golden Oldie. The Golden Oldie's first order of business was to make sure that Galactus wasn't hungry anymore, so she introduces Galactus to the greatest thing ever created, the Twink. The Twinkie. Galactus surprisingly loves them, and pretty soon eats every single Twinkie on the planet, so he orders Golden Oldie to travel the galaxy in search for more, and she kinda does. She finds a planet that looks exactly like a Twinkie, and discovers that it's an artificial planet created by a being known as Doughboy. No, not that Doughboy. Surprised I referenced Doughboy twice in this video. This dude's crazy because he tells Aunt May that he was exiled from his homeworld because he was baking too much. Imagine getting exiled from your planet because you couldn't stop making cookies. It also turns out that Doughboy is responsible for many of the planets that Galactus eats. So Golden Oldie convinces Doughboy to be Galactus's new herald, and to make more food for him. She then travels back to Earth, and Franklin absorbs all of her cosmic energy, bringing her back to normal. I assume she's then shot in the aftermath of the Civil War event.
Elseworlds' finest, Supergirl and Batgirl. Released in September of 1998 and written by Barbara Kessel, Matt Haley, and Tom Simmons, Elseworlds' finest, Supergirl and Batgirl, is an Elseworlds story that basically tells the story of what if Superman and Batman were women. Well, I mean, kinda. Instead of Bruce Wayne and Kal-El being Batman and Superman, Bruce Wayne isn't a superhero in this universe, but is instead a billionaire who's Batgirl's boyfriend, while Kal-El was abducted by Lex Luthor while a baby, and was used in LexCorp's bioelectric research. So he's dead. And so it's Kara, who was adopted by Wonder Woman in this universe, who's taken over as the main Kryptonian hero, while Batgirl is Barbara Gordon, whose parents were killed by hitmen hired by Lex Luthor. The story starts out with Batgirl forcing Gotham City to be sealed off from the rest of the world in order to keep it safe from metahumans. She's however forced to have some metahumans enter Gotham as the Justice Society is escorting Lex Luthor to give a speech at a ceremony. Once there, Joker takes some venom and attempts to kill Lex Luthor under orders from Emil Hamilton. They kidnap Luthor, which causes Batgirl and Supergirl to team up to find him. They eventually find the three villains and battle it out. There, they're able to defeat the villains, and Batgirl is able to expose Lex Luthor to the rest of the world, destroying his reputation. Now with the three villains behind bars, well, two of them as Lex Luthor was able to buy his way out of prison, Batgirl and Supergirl have become the best of friends. Also in this universe, Elvis Presley is the President of the United States. Didn't know where to throw that in, so there you go. U.S. War Machine. Lasting from September 2001 to July of 2003, U.S. War Machine was a series of comics that was part of Marvel's Max line. This was a line of comics aimed exclusively at adults, and most of the series under this line were set in their own continuity, though there were exceptions. U.S. War Machine sees Rhodey leading a team of heroes under S.H.I.E.L.D. to battle various villains, like Dr. Doom, MODOK, and AIM, after being fired by Tony Stark. And he does all the usual War Machine stuff you'd expect, only they say the F word a lot. The team of War Machine armors he leads consists of a variety of different agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., like Dum Dum Dugan, Shiva Josephs, Parnell Jacobs, George Salzaro, Nathan Manning, and Saburo Sakai. Some of these characters were created for the comic, while others are based on characters from the main Marvel Universe, like Dum Dum Dugan, Shiva, and Parnell Jacobs. Also, you've probably noticed by now, but yes, the first 12 issues of the comic looked like this, while the final 3 issues, called U.S. War Machine 2.0, looked like this. I don't know why they did this. No idea why they went from a comic book to Xavier Renegade Angel. I gotta admit though, this MODOK design is so dumb, it kinda goes hard. Blue Amazon. Released in September of 2003, and written by Jean-Marc and Randy Lofficier, Wonder Woman Blue Amazon is a one-shot Elseworlds story that's a sequel to the Elseworlds stories Superman's Metropolis and Batman Nosferatu. Together, the 3 stories make up a trilogy of DC's tribute to German expressionist cinema, with Blue Amazon being heavily inspired by the films The Blue Angel and Dr. Mabuse the Gambler. The story focuses on an exotic dancer named Diana, who's known as the Blue Amazon.
She's lost a lot of her memory and is imprisoned by this universe's Dr. Psycho, who has her working as an exotic dancer while he tries to figure out a way to discover where she's from. It turns out she's from the floating city called Heaven. This city was created by a woman named Paula Van Gunther, who used a bunch of genetic engineering to create a race of beast women. Diana was also created by her, but instead of her being made a beast woman, she's born directly from Paula. Life was going pretty alright in Heaven, until one day, the beast women start acting out. Paula realized that she needed some new genes to help them keep them under control. So she sent Diana down to Metropolis to meet with Luthor, this universe's Lex Luthor, in order for him to supply them with new genes. However, Luthor was crazy and had Diana's memories erased. Meanwhile, in Heaven, a beast woman named Cheetah killed Paula and took control over the flying city. However, her rule is incomplete, as she needs Diana's DNA in order to create more beast women. So she travels down to Metropolis to capture Diana. Meanwhile, Diana befriended a man named Steve Treverson, who tried to rescue her, but was captured by Dr. Psycho, who has also made a deal with Cheetah. If she kills Superman, he'll give her Diana. While she's off doing that, Psycho decides to kill Steve. This causes Diana to become a Wonder Woman, and she saves his life. She then faces off against Cheetah, wins, and Diana is crowned the Queen of Heaven. X-Men Misfits. Releasing in August of 2009, and written by Dave Roman and Raina Telgemeier, X-Men Misfits is a cancelled X-Men manga series about Kitty Pryde attending Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. Although, she's the only girl in the school, with the only other women being Jean Grey and Storm, but both of them are teachers. This, combined with the fact that this is a shoujo series, means that a love triangle is present in the story. There's Iceman, who acts cold, but he secretly really likes Kitty. And then there's Pyro, who is really racist towards humans, and he's pretty hot-headed, but he's also very protective of Kitty. Being protective over a minor named Kitty? What is he, a Discord mod? Anyways, Kitty joins the school club, the Hellfire Club, where she meets most of her friends. Yes, the Hellfire Club is an actual club in the school. The Hellfire Club is made up of the richest and most popular boys in the school. But it gets weirder. Magneto works at the school as a physics teacher. The series only had a single volume released, as its second volume was cancelled. Why? Low sales. Despite Misfits making it into the New York Times graphic books bestseller lists, Misfits sales just weren't enough to justify a second installment in the series, at least according to the publisher. Side note, this is what Beast looks like in the story. Superman 1 Million.
The Golden God!
AKA Superman Prime. This version of the character first appeared in DC 1 Million issue 4, released in November of 1998. This Superman is from an alternate universe where he basically became God. Like he's not like the god of that universe, but he's pretty close to one in terms of power. In this universe, Superman left the Earth towards the end of the 21st century, once everyone he cared about passed away, and thus he traveled the universe and eventually created a new Fortress of Solitude, in the center of a super sun. This would greatly enhance his powers, and he'd return to Earth in the 700th century, where he'd eventually have Lois Lane resurrected, allowing him to finally be happy again. As for his powers, like I said, they're pretty much godlike. Basically, take your standard Superman powers and amplify them times 1,000,000. He's also got the ability to travel through the multiverse in time and space. It's also been stated that he's been to heaven and hell, so I guess he can just kind of go anywhere. I should also mention here that there are theories out there that this Superman is the same Superman from the critically acclaimed series All-Star Superman, as that series ends with Superman living in a sun for a while. Grant Morrison, the creator of both these versions of Superman, has stated that they did intend for these two to be the same character, but they aren't actually the same, they're from different universes. The last Fantastic Four story. Released in October of 2007 and written by Stan Lee, the last Fantastic Four story is a kinda what-if story that tells the story of a hypothetical final Fantastic Four story. After fighting bad guys for decades, the Fantastic Four decide to retire. But just as they decide to retire, some strange stuff starts to happen. Animals start dying, the oceans start acting weird, and oh yeah, the ozone layer starts to evaporate. That's when the Watcher shows up, and tells Reed that the Cosmic Tribunal, a giant tribunal of aliens that doesn't exist in Earth 616, has decided to wipe out humanity, and that all of this weird stuff is being caused by an entity known as the Adjudicator, who has been sent by the Tribunal to wipe humanity out. When it arrives, the Fantastic Four, Namor and his Atlanteans, the Avengers, Inhumans, and Doctor Doom all attack, but none of them are able to do any damage to it. So Reed Richards decides to do the next best thing. Working together with the Silver Surfer, they send an army of robots called the Decimators to the Cosmic Tribunal, where they're programmed to annihilate every single member of the Tribunal. But after sending them, Reed was like, wait a second, maybe doing a genocide is a bad thing. So the Fantastic Four saved the Tribunal from the robots. This convinced the Tribunal that humanity was actually alright, and they called off the Adjudicator. And after this, the Fantastic Four are finally able to retire. What if Elektra had lived? I would argue one of the most iconic deaths in all of comics is Elektra's original death in Daredevil issue 181, released in December of 1981. But what's funny about her death is that it didn't even take a year for Marvel writers to explore the idea of what if she didn't die. In fact, the writer who explored this idea was Frank Miller, the man who killed her off in the first place. In What If issue 35, released in July of 1982, we're introduced to a reality in which Bullseye was killed during his escape from prison. And with no Bullseye, that means Kingpin and Eric Slaughter have to send different assassins after her, and they all kinda suck. Elektra is able to defeat all of them, but is injured during the fight. Matt comes to her aid, and the two of them decide to leave New York City behind and go into hiding, never telling Foggy or anyone else in their lives about what they're doing. And they never find out where Matt and Elektra went off to, and the two live happily ever after, even though all of their loved ones are really concerned about them. Best part of the story is that the Watcher literally tells Matt all of this while he's at Elektra's grave. Dude's just like, hey man, I'm sorry the love of your life died, but did you know that there's a universe where you're happy and she lived? Pretty cool, right? Alright, well, I'll see ya. Definitely don't want to be ya. Punisher becomes Captain America. So because Frank Castle, aka the Punisher, loves Captain America so much, it's no surprise that he's taken up the mantle of Captain America before. In fact, he's done so in 3 different continuities. The first time was in What If issue 51, released in May of 1993. After a battle with Red Skull, Steve is nearly killed, and states that somebody should take up the mantle of Captain America, since he can no longer fight. So the US government starts to look for a replacement, and eventually settles on Frank Castle. Although, when he's asked to take up the shield, Frank refuses, and says that after all the time he spent fighting in Vietnam, he just wants to go home and spend time with his family. Which, well, it's the Punisher.
His family doesn't last very long. After his family is killed, Frank finally agrees to become Captain America, and the rest of the Avengers aren't super happy with Frank and think he's way too violent. This leads to Frank abandoning the title of Captain America and becoming the Punisher. This comes to an end when Steve Rogers, wearing the Captain America uniform, confronts him and tells Frank that he has to become Captain America. Frank's just like, well, why don't you just be Captain America? You're wearing the costume. And Steve's like, because Captain America has to be a living person. I'm a cyborg. Yup, in order to continue fighting, Steve became a cyborg, and for some reason feels like he can't be Captain America. So Frank returns to being Captain America, while Steve becomes the captain, and the story ends. The final time Frank took up the mantle of Captain America was in What If? Age of Ultron issue 4, released in April of 2014. In this universe, Steve died while frozen in ice after World War II, so there was no modern-day Captain America. As for Frank, after spending years of fighting crime as the Punisher, Frank was captured by Iron Man and brought before the Illuminati, not to arrest him, but instead to convince him to become Captain America, as they believed he was the best candidate for a modern-day Captain America. Frank agreed and was given a version of the super soldier serum created by Reed Richards. Frank would fight villains as Captain America for years, until the Avengers began mass-producing Reed's super soldier serum. They did this in order to create a Captain America for each state in the United States. This program was called the Captain AmeriCorps Initiative, and this caused Frank to retire from being Captain America. And that's pretty much how the story ends. What if Marvel employees were the Fantastic Four? In What If issue 11, released in July of 1978, we get a very strange universe, in which the Fantastic Four aren't Reed, Sue, Johnny, and Ben, but instead Marvel employees from the late 70s. Stan Lee is Mr. Fantastic, Jack Kirby is the Thing, Sol Brodsky is the Human Torch, and Flo Steinberg is Invisible Girl. The story starts with the four of them just chilling out at Marvel's office, when suddenly they get a package from some Skrulls, and this package explodes with cosmic rays, giving the four employees the powers of the Fantastic Four, and with these powers, they became, well, the Fantastic Four. They would then use their adventures as inspiration for the Fantastic Four comics. Though, unlike Ben Grimm, Jack Kirby could actually turn into the Thing and then back to being human whenever he wanted. After battling a bunch of bad guys, the Fantastic Four would finally find the Skrulls who turned them into mutants. Turns out, it was just a guy, an Atlantean, but nonetheless just a dude. He reveals that the Skrulls intended to invade the Earth and enslave humanity, so the Fantastic Four and Namor battle him and prevent the invasion, and so they continued their adventures as the Four, and their jobs as comic creators. Real World's Wonder Woman. Released in April 2000 and written by Glenn Hansen and Alan Neuwirth, Real World's Wonder Woman tells the story of Brenda Kelly. She's an actress in a world where there are no superheroes. Instead, Brenda is just an actress playing a superhero in movies, Wonder Woman. Set in the 1940s, she's pretty popular with audiences, but Senator Rudolph is also pretty popular, and he's on an anti-communist crusade that's forcing Hollywood to insert anti-communist messages in their films, including the Wonder Woman films. This is also during the middle of a strike that's affecting the studio, so it's kind of chaos on set. After seeing the anti-communist Wonder Woman films, Senator Rudolph decides to work with the studio and use Brenda to promote him in his election campaign.
And she does, doing rallies with him and even doing little plays where she battles the Red Menace. But eventually, various workers start getting fired from the studio for being suspected communists or communist sympathizers. This eventually leads to Brenda witnessing her friend, who was fired for being on a list of socialists from the 1930s and now part of the strikes, being hosed down by police. This is the final straw for her, and during a rally, she turns on Rudolph and tells the people her real thoughts. But while this is going on, a man attempts to assassinate Rudolph, only for Brenda to take the bullet instead. Because of this, she's fired from being Wonder Woman, and she goes on with her life. What if General Ross became Hulk? In What If General Ross Had Become the Hulk, released in December 2004, we're introduced to a reality where, General Ross becomes the Hulk. In this reality, everything is the same up until Rick Jones is discovered at the Gamma bomb site. Bruce offers to go and tell him to leave, but Ross stops him and decides to do it himself, seeing how a military guy is much more imposing than a scientist. When he finds Rick, he places him under arrest, only for the Gamma bomb to go off. Ross is able to get Rick to safety, but is transformed into a Hulk-like being immediately. And because of his sudden transformation, he falls onto Rick, crushing him to death. Afterwards, Ross goes missing, and Bruce begins searching for the scientist who detonated the bomb, while Betty returns to her home, only for Hulk Ross to bust down her door and try to explain himself. But he can't, because while he still has his intelligence, his body is still getting used to the mutations, so he can't talk. It's here that he finally sees what he's become, and he's not happy about it. He begins to run away into the wilderness, but stops when he notices the scientist who detonated the bomb driving Ross's car. Dude tried to kill Ross and stole his car so that he could hand over stolen gamma research to the Soviet Union. Ross was, understandably, a little bit upset about this, so he kills him. But in the process, he accidentally kills a whole bunch of other people as well. By this point, the military is hunting Ross, and a battle ensues. And it's during this fight that Ross accidentally kills Betty. Bruce then confronts Ross and explains to him that he's far too dangerous to live, and executes him, despite Ross wanting to do the right thing and use his powers for good. And after that, the story ends. American Dream. First appearing in A-Next Issue 1, released in August of 1998, Shannon Carter grew up loving Captain America, and because of that, got super in shape, because she wanted to be a superhero just like him. Part of this love for Captain America probably came from her being the niece of Sharon and Peggy Carter. Should also mention here that she's from Earth 982, so she's not in the main Marvel universe. Anyways, Peggy Carter was actually more than just an aunt to Shannon, as her parents were killed in a car crash, so Shannon was pretty much raised by Peggy. Anyways, because she's related to Sharon and Peggy, she got a job as a tour guide for Avengers Mansion. Although, the mansion wasn't actually in use, as the Avengers were disbanded at this time, so it was basically just a museum. Though it wouldn't stay like that for long, as eventually a new team of Avengers would arrive to fight bad guys and stuff. Though there weren't too many members of this new Avengers team, so Shannon decided that this was her big break, and tried out for the team with her homemade Captain America costume. She would make the team and take up the superhero name American Dream instead of Captain America, due to her journey basically being the American dream, working really hard to get your dream. Anyways, she would go on a bunch of missions with the Avengers over the years, and eventually even became the leader of the team. She would also get to meet Captain America, who gave her his shield, believing that she had earned her place as the new Captain America. There was also a point in time in which she actually stepped away from being American Dream and took up the name Nomad, thus proving that she is the ultimate Captain America stan. As for her powers, American Dream doesn't actually have any powers. She's just really skilled at fighting and really strong. She also uses Captain America's shield and small discs that she can throw at people. As for her appearances in media, she's appeared in Superhero Squad Online and Marvel Heroes. The Once and Future League. Released in July of 1994 and written by Dan Votto, The Once and Future League is an Elseworlds story that takes place in a reality where the villain Felix Faust kills the entire Justice League and takes over the world. Well, the entire Justice League except for Martian Manhunter. 100 years after his rule, the sole surviving member of the Justice League, Martian Manhunter, creates a rebel group to take down Felix and free the planet from his evil rule. He finds 6 worthy candidates to take up the mantles of his fallen friends: Superman, Wonder Woman, Flash, Batman, Hawkman, and Red Tornado. However, Felix knows about his plans to create a resistance, and is able to convince a member of the new Justice League to join him, Superman. The team goes on a few missions together without knowing that Superman is actually evil. Although, he might not be as evil as Felix wanted him to be, as during a mission to stop a city from being destroyed, Superman actually saves the city, claiming that too many lives would be lost if he let it get destroyed. But he's perfectly fine with betraying the team in their next outing. After betraying the team, Martian Manhunter reveals his powers, and a big old fight ensues. The fight ends when Felix Faust attempts to do a spell that'll kill all the heroes. However, it doesn't work, and the souls of the original Justice League show up and kill him. And with that, the day is saved. As for this future Wonder Woman who's part of the team, she has most of Wonder Woman's abilities, and is wearing a costume very similar to hers, with the main difference being that she's wearing thigh-high black boots. Daredevil, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. In What If issue 28, released in May of 1981, we're introduced to a reality in which Matt Murdock didn't become a superhero, but instead an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. His life was mostly the same until the day he was blinded by some chemicals. In this reality, Tony Stark was nearby, and he took Matt to a S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier instead of a hospital. There, they discovered Matt's new powers, and both Tony and Nick Fury agreed that Matt could become the best S.H.I.E.L.D. agent ever. But while Matt became an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Matt's father was captured by a life model decoy of Matt sent by Hydra. While S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't know what exactly happened to his father, they figure that he's been kidnapped, so they refuse to tell Matt anything regarding his daddy, out of fear that he would go off looking for him. This doesn't work though, as Matt can sense Fury's heartbeats, so he can tell that he's lying, so he sets out to go find his father with the help of a woman named Dr. Frost, a Hydra secret agent. Luckily, her plan to bring Matt to Hydra fails, and S.H.I.E.L.D. stops them. Fury then tells Matt about how Hydra has his father, and Matt is sent to their secret underwater lair to save him. And so, Matt and Fury lead an assault on the base, and save Mr. Murdock. Upon defeating all of the Hydra agents, Matt announces his brand new S.H.I.E.L.D. codename, Daredevil.
Legacy. In Action Comics Annual, issue 6, released in September 1994, an Elseworlds story written by John Bryan is featured that tells the story of Kal-El living on Earth in the 1970s. Except history is a little bit different. You see, in this universe, one of his ancestors named Gar-El arrived on Earth during the American Revolutionary War and takes part in it, on the side of the British Empire. So the British win the war, and Gar-El's just like, wait a second, why don't I just take over the world? And so he does, and the world bows to him. He's even got little Superman armbands. Now back to Cal. While he's related to Gar-El, he's actually not purely Kryptonian, as generations of species mixing has left him with more human DNA than Kryptonian DNA. He's also just like not very happy with the whole regime thing, especially after witnessing his friends trying to R-word this universe's Lois Lane. Also, his dad was executed by Gar-El, so he's got a couple of pretty solid reasons not to really like the regime. Anyways, he joins up with a rebel group that Lois Lane is a part of, and dies. He dies. Dude confronts Gar-El and is like, dude, I don't think we should do the Kryptonian Empire thing on Earth. That's pretty bad. Earth isn't Krypton. We should let Earth have its own legacy, not just do Krypton again. And some soldiers just start blasting and he dies. Surprisingly, this little speech convinces Gar-El that he was in the wrong, and he changes his ways after burying Kal-El in the sun. And by changing his ways, I mean he just leaves Earth. His regime's still there. Would have been nice if he went back and took it down, but I mean, I guess he was busy flying in space. Anyways, the rebels celebrate and the world is free. Probably, I think.
Venom She-Hulk. In What If Venom Issue 1, released in February of 2024, we're introduced to a reality in which, after Peter Parker removes the Venom symbiote, the Venom symbiote finds a different host instead of Eddie Brock. In this reality, She-Hulk spots Eddie running with a gun towards the church where Spider-Man's at. And seeing how anyone running towards a church with a gun is a very bad sign, she follows him. But she's soon attacked by the symbiote, and when she wakes up the next day, she's bonded to it. And this kinda ruins her life. Venom continued to take control over Jen whenever he wanted to, and because of this, Jen's career as a lawyer fell apart. So she became homeless, and by this point was basically a slave to Venom. This all changed one night when Moon Knight showed up to help her, as he wanted to help Jen with her Venom problem, since he also has experience dealing with other voices in his head. So the two then head over to Moon Knight's base, and Venom bonds to Moon Knight as well. I said her story would change, I didn't say it was for the better. Now controlling both She-Hulk and Moon Knight, Venom makes a deal with Sabretooth to infect Wolverine with the symbiote. He then proceeds to infect Doctor Strange as well, and holds the four heroes prisoner in Moon Knight's basement. Because of Venom's trolling, he got the attention of Loki, who bonded to the symbiote. But Loki wanted more, and so attempted to take the other pieces of the symbiote bonded to the other heroes. Luckily, the heroes were able to defeat Loki, and were also able to defeat Venom. So they then handed Venom and Loki over to S.H.I.E.L.D., and the day was saved. Unless you were Khonshu, as Loki killed Khonshu in this story, but if you weren't him, then yeah, the day was saved.
Iron Man Noir. First appearing in Iron Man Noir Issue 1, released in April 2010, everyone knows about Spider-Man Noir, but less people know that he's not the only hero of Earth 9214. Tony Stark of this reality was also a superhero, who fought against the Axis powers. In this reality, Tony was an adventurer. Stories about his adventures would be told in magazines, which made him pretty famous. On one of these adventures, he, Rhodey, his friend Virgil, and his girlfriend, Gioletta Nefaria, discovered the Jade Mask, which was supposed to cure any disease. But it didn't work, as when Tony put it on, it did nothing to help his heart condition. But then Nefaria was like, by the way guys, I hope this doesn't cause any issue, but yeah, I'm actually working with the Axis powers, sorry. And Baron Zemo and Baron Strucker rolled in and killed Virgil. Tony and Rhodey fled, but not before starting a fire which severely burned Nefaria's face, so she became Madame Mask. Still looking for a cure for his heart condition, Tony set off to find Atlantis, with the help of the pirate captain Namor. He was able to find it, but before he could do anything, Zemo and Strucker showed up and captured Tony's friend Pepper, who they hired to replace Virgil. After escaping again, Tony and Rhodey suit up in armors created by their buddy Jarvis, and storm Zemo's castle to rescue Pepper. There they battle a ton of Axis soldiers, Zemo, Strucker, and even this universe's version of Arsenal. It's also revealed that Zemo was Tony Stark's father, who had been brainwashed by Strucker. Tony's like, wow, that's cool I guess, but I'm still gonna kill you. So they're killed, and Pepper and the day are saved. Tony then decides to abandon adventuring across the globe, and instead becomes the superhero Iron Man. As for Iron Man Noir's powers, his suit gives him protection against gunfire. It also comes with missiles and multiple M2 Brownings built into the suit. It also has enhanced strength, and can transform into a weird motorcycle.
What if the Punisher killed Daredevil? In What If, issue 26, released in April of 1991, we're introduced to a reality in which the Punisher accidentally killed Daredevil. During a fight, Punisher shoots Matt with a tranquilizer dart, as he doesn't want to actually kill him, but after getting hit with a tranq, Daredevil stumbles over to the building's edge and falls to his death. Punisher's not exactly happy that he killed Daredevil, but he's not about to turn himself in to the police. Once Spider-Man hears about the incident, he goes into a violent rage and confronts Punisher. The two fight and Punisher wins, shooting Peter in the shoulder. Peter's then taken to a nearby hospital and his identity gets leaked. This results in some criminals killing Aunt May by blowing up her house with an RPG. Spider-Man's just like, okay, I gotta kill the Punisher. So he confronts the Punisher, and this time, Peter nearly wins the fight. He only loses the fight because Punisher distracts Peter by mentioning Aunt May. Punisher then guns Spidey down. In the aftermath of killing two different superheroes, Punisher decides to continue his killing spree and kill Kingpin, but he fails and is killed by Fisk. Only for Fisk to then get killed by a bomb sent to him by the Unabomber. No, could you imagine? This bomb was actually sent by Punisher before he died as a backup plan. Oh yeah, Ben Urich also dies in this story. A real feel-good universe. Deadpool kills the Marvel Universe. Written by Cullen Bunn, and releasing throughout August of 2012, Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe is a miniseries taking place in an alternate universe where Deadpool decides to kill everyone. He decides to do this once he realizes that he's a fictional character, and decides to quote-unquote save everyone from suffering as fictional characters by killing them. And by everyone, I mean everyone. He kills the Avengers, the Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, Luke Cage, the X-Men, the Punisher, the Watcher, just everyone. There's not really a plot to the story, to be honest with you. It's just Deadpool killing people. It's not a very serious story. Although, it kind of is. Like, it's very clear you're not supposed to take it very seriously, but a lot of the kills are just, like, kind of sad. Like Sue Storm's death in particular. It's not really funny or entertaining seeing Deadpool kill a woman grieving over the murder of her family. Honestly, the story's kind of like tonally confused in my opinion, though it was popular as it spawned two sequels, Deadpool Killustrated and Deadpool Kills Deadpool. Killustrated has Deadpool deciding to travel into a pocket dimension known as the Ideaverse, which is a universe filled with classic literature characters. So he decides to kill everyone there in order to prevent them from inspiring comic characters like himself. And in Deadpool Kills Deadpool, Deadpool travels throughout the multiverse to kill every single Deadpool, which eventually leads him to conflict with the main universe Deadpool, who ends up killing him. The series was very popular, and eventually inspired the Unbeatable Squirrel Girl Beats Up the Marvel Universe one-shot, released in December of 2016. Although, Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe was actually inspired by the one-shot Punisher Kills the Marvel Universe, released in November of 1995. Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe would also receive a successor comic titled Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe Again, releasing from July 2017 to September of the same year, and was also written by Cullen Bunn. This series is far more comedic than the previous one, as this time around, Deadpool thinks that he's having a bunch of fun adventures with his friends, when in reality, he's been turned into a sleeper agent and is actually killing everyone. Rockumentary. Rockumentary is a short Elseworlds story featured in Elseworlds' 80-page Giant, released in August of 1999. In this universe, the heroes and villains of the DC universe are all musicians. Well, except for Lex Luthor, who runs Lex Records, one of the most successful publishers in the industry, working with iconic musicians like Doomsday and Batman. And of course, there's Diana, who in this universe is one of Lex Records' most successful artists, signing on with Lex Records for millions of dollars. Diana became extremely popular, and with popularity comes being pretty busy. And so, in the story, Diana doesn't show up outside of a single panel, and says nothing, because she's too busy preparing for the Tie Me Down, Tell the Truth World Tour. Not much to say here. Kinda just wanted to include this short story to show this really insane Wonder Woman design. What if Namor and Sue got married? So we all know that Namor is in love with Sue Storm, but Sue has no interest in him. While physically attracted to him, she's not romantically into him at all, and has refused his advances time and time again. But what if she didn't? In What If Issue 1, released in November of 1976, Spider-Man joins the Fantastic Four, becoming the Fantastic Five. While she was cool with him joining at first, over time, she felt like she was being ignored by everyone. Namor, who was being controlled by the Puppet Master, then lured her into a trap and held her captive. When the rest of the Fantastic Five showed up to rescue her, she decided to not rejoin the team, and instead stay in Atlantis and date Namor. Namor's pretty hyped about this, while Reed, he's just absolutely crushed. And so, the two of them started dating, and eventually got married, even having a kid. And because Namor is the king of Atlantis, Sue was now the queen of Atlantis. The story is continued in What If Issue 21, released in March of 1980. Namor travels to the surface to invite the Fantastic family to the birth of his child, but Reed refuses to hear him out. And Reed and Johnny decide to travel to Atlantis to place a device that'll make it so that every Atlantean can't breathe. Yes, Reed and Johnny were going to completely wipe out Atlantis. But realizing that this would kill Sue, they abandoned the plot and left. And so, Sue and Namor lived in peace for the rest of their lives. At least, they would have, if not for the fact that they're a bad pairing. Just like in the main continuity, they weren't meant for each other, and Sue would eventually divorce him, returning to the surface and marrying Reed. Captain Anarchy. First appearing in Spider-Verse Issue 2, released in January of 2015, Carl Morningdew is a pretty good friend of Spider-Punk, and he's also this universe's version of Carl Morgenthau, the Flag Smasher. He's from Earth 138, which is a reality in which Norman Osborn rules over the United States as its president. Although he was only president in name, he was really a dictator, and in order to take him down, Spider-Punk and his friends worked together to stop him. Taking up the mantle of Captain Anarchy, Carl joined Spider-Punk's resistance group and battled against the government's forces. After freeing the country, instead of retiring, he would continue to fight as Captain Anarchy, but this time against crime and alien invaders. As for his powers, Captain Anarchy doesn't have any. He's just a decent fighter and wields a shield that can block bullets. He's also a pretty good drummer and is part of Spider-Punk's band.
Blob cannibalizes Wasp.
So like I mentioned earlier, the Ultimate Universe was fairly controversial. Another controversy comes from Ultimatum Issue 2, released in December of 2008, where it's revealed that Wasp, who was missing for a bit, was killed by Blob. But Blob didn't just kill Wasp, who, by the way, was a mutant in this universe. No. He ate her. Like, he actually ate her. And according to Blob, she tasted like chicken. When Hank Pym found out about this, he wasn't really happy, and bit off Blob's head.
Amish Superman. Written by Alan Davis, Justice League The Nail is a 3-issue miniseries that ran from August to October of 1998, and was about Martha and Pa Kent not being able to discover Kal-El because a nail in the road gave them a flat tire. And so, the world had no Superman. Until it does, he becomes Superman by the end of it. You see, because the Kents weren't able to actually get to him, Kal-El was then discovered by an Amish community. And so he was raised in an environment that ignored the outside world and practiced pacifism. Meanwhile, Lex Luthor had actually found Kal-El's baby spaceship and used traces of Kal's DNA to turn Jimmy Olsen into a kind of bootleg Kryptonian. This caused poor Jimmy to go insane, as he wanted to replace humanity with Kryptonians. Because of this, the Justice League fought him for a bit, which eventually led them to fighting in the Amish community that Kal-El lived in. There, Jimmy murdered Kal's parents, which inspired Kal-El to become Superman. And so, he joined the Justice League and saved the day by defeating Jimmy Olsen. This story continued in the 3-part miniseries Another Nail, which has the League getting involved in a war between Apocalypse and the New Gods.
Orange Hulk. First appearing in Uncanny X-Force issue 12, released in July 2011, Orange Hulk is a monster created in the Age of Apocalypse universe as a weapon for this universe's Wolverine. He was part of the Black Legion, a team of powerful monsters that served as basically a hit squad created to wipe out the final pockets of humanity. The members of Black Legion were all abominations created with the DNA of heroes. For example, Doc Ock, Thing, Omega Red, Ghost Rider, Cloak, and of course, Hulk. Orange Hulk doesn't really do all that much. In fact, none of the Black Legion really do. But what's interesting about Orange Hulk is that his powers don't come from gamma radiation, but instead solar radiation. We don't know too much else about him or his powers, but I assume that him being solar-powered means that he's probably stronger during the day. Orange Hulk's existence may be a reference to the Orange Hulk featured in the game Marvel vs. Capcom, as in that game there's a secret playable character named Orange Hulk, who is essentially a faster version of the Hulk. Though I like to think that he's a reference to Sunny D, cause he's orange, and one of Sunny D's taglines is, "Unleash the power of the sun."
The Super 7. Adventures of Superman Annual 6, released in August of 1994, introduced an alternate universe called the Super 7. This Elseworlds story takes place in a universe where Earth has been invaded and enslaved by an alien empire known as the Malazarem. They were only able to take over the Earth when they announced to the planet, hey, if we see a metahuman, we're gonna kill 1,000 civilians. This turned the people of Earth against every single hero out there. Mostly because Hal Jordan then led a team of heroes to free Coast City from the aliens. They succeeded, but in response the aliens killed 7 million people, including Lois Lane. And so the heroes of the world would go into hiding while the aliens took over. With the heroes gone, Lex Luthor and some other non-metahumans attempted to defeat the aliens. They were slaughtered, with Lex just barely surviving and becoming a being called Metallics. Eventually, Lana Lang becomes the Director of Human Relations, which is Kind of weird that they would have that position when the rest of humanity is enslaved. Like what relations are they having with the aliens, you know? But it turns out that Lana is actually helping a growing resistance movement. Teaming up with Jimmy Olsen, the pair are able to locate and convince Superman to return to the resistance. Superman eventually agrees to join them, and then they recruit Wonder Woman, Batman, Superboy, Hal Jordan, and Wally West to the cause. Together with Lex Luthor, they become the Super Seven, a group of heroes who work with the Resistance to free Earth from the alien invaders. They eventually succeed in saving humanity, but in the process, Superman, Wally West, Wonder Woman, and Batman all die. Superboy, Lex, and Hal Jordan are all that remains of the team. And so the Super 7 becomes the Super 3. But then Hal Jordan leaves to locate more metahumans, so it becomes the Super 2. Steel Corps. First appearing in Age of X Universe Issue 1, released in March 2011, Tony Stark in this universe was Iron Man, like usual, and did your usual Iron Man stuff. Until one day, the Jeffries brothers, Lionel and Madison, they infected Tony with some kind of virus that fused Tony to his Iron Man armor. And to make matters worse, the suit began to digest him alive, slowly. Tony jokingly gave himself the new superhero name, Steel Corps. Tony continued his superhero work for over a decade, despite being digested alive, until an emergency override took over his armor and tried to make Tony murder a bunch of mutant kids. In response, Tony told Captain America to kill him, and so he did. A pretty heroic sacrifice. Though I probably should mention here that in this universe, Tony, alongside the rest of the Avengers, were constantly being sent on missions to murder or capture mutants. Mutant terrorists, sometimes, but yeah, they worked for a fascist police state that wanted to either kill, sterilize, imprison, or relocate mutants. Cool that he saved some kids, but, I just wish he didn't do evil stuff for like a decade prior. Carol Danvers, Captain America. Carol Danvers has actually been Captain America twice in two different universes. The first time was in New Mangaverse Issue 3, released in March of 2006. In this reality, Carol Danvers was a member of the US Air Force stationed in Japan. During a fight with the Hand members, Silver Samurai, Sunfire, and Lady Deathstrike, her fighter jet was shot out of the sky. Luckily, she survived the crash, and somehow, the crash had given her superpowers. Lady Deathstrike did attack her jet with electricity, so maybe that gave her the powers? It's never explained how she got them. Anyways, Carol would want revenge against the Hand because her friend Diamondback had actually been killed by them during that previous fight. So she broke into a Hand base where she stumbled upon a trophy room where the Hand kept items that they had taken from the corpses of the heroes they had killed. And one of these items was Captain America's shield. Taking the shield, Carol would honor Cap's legacy by becoming the new Captain America, and would even join this universe's Avengers. As for her powers, she has super strength and durability. Then, in Venomverse War Stories, released in September of 2017, we're introduced to Carol Danvers of Earth 18197, and we don't really get much about her. We don't get a backstory or really any history. She's seen fighting Rocket Raccoon, who's Venom in this universe, and that's it. As for her powers, she can fly, has superhuman strength, speed, healing, etc. She can absorb energy, and could fire off photon blasts. What if Hulk had died and Kyera had lived? What If Planet Hulk, released in October 2007, featured two what if stories centered around Planet Hulk. The less interesting what if was, what if Bruce landed on the planet that the Illuminati intended him to land on? In this story, he just lives in peace there. There's not much more to it.
The more interesting what-if was, what if Hulk was killed in the explosion on Sakaar instead of Kyera? In this reality, the explosion is strong enough to kill Hulk, but before he died, he grabbed his wife and threw her to safety. Like Hulk, Kyera believed that Bruce's friends on Earth are responsible for this tragedy, so she unites the Warbound and absorbs all of the old power from Sakaar in preparation for a total invasion of Earth. Basically, World War Kyera. And she actually does a really good job, as she first goes after Black Bolt and puts an obedience disc around him. She then uses him to kill Doctor Strange and Sentry, and in the ensuing battle, she manages to kill both Iron Man and Mr. Fantastic. In fact, she's able to take down pretty much all of the main Marvel heroes, and is about to execute all of them when suddenly the Warbound member, Heroim, walked in and was just like, "Hey, Iron Man, Mr. Fantastic, Strange, and Black Bolt were the ones who sent Hulk into space. The rest of these dudes didn't actually know about that, so why don't we just let them go?" So they spare the heroes and leave the planet in peace, and the story ends. Just kidding, she decides to instead enslave all of humanity, and she makes them build a statue of Hulk, a statue that she then merges with using her Shadow Person powers, and then the story ends. Earth is a giant slave world, and Kyera is now a living statue. What if the Fantastic Four had different superpowers? In What If Issue 6, released in September of 1977, we're introduced to a reality in which the Fantastic Four, well, they had different powers. In this reality, when the Fantastic Four were hit by the cosmic rays that gave them their powers, they get new power. I just repeated like the same thing twice. Anyways, as for their new powers, Reed lost his entire body, becoming the hero Big Brain. Ben was turned into a monster dragonfly man, becoming the hero Dragonfly. Johnny became a cybernetic being, becoming the hero Mandroid. And Sue, well, she just got Reed's original powers, so she can stretch. She became the hero Ultra Woman, and together they became the Fantastic Four. But their group relationships were a bit different this time around. Sue and Ben began to have feelings for each other, and Reed was, understandably, a bit jealous. Especially since, he's just like a giant brain. As the Fantastic Four, they would battle all kinds of villains, but their arch-enemy was Dr. Doom. Doom tricked Reed into traveling with him to Latveria, with the promise of helping him with his problems with Sue. But when they got to Latveria, Doom forced him to work on a time machine that would allow Doom to travel back into the past to find the Stones of Merlin, gems that would allow whoever had them to be invincible. The rest of the Fantastic Four would travel to Latveria and defeat Dr. Doom. And so, Big Brain Reed would then transfer his mind into Doom's body and take it over. And that's the end of the story. Reed is now possessing Doom's body. Wonder Woman Amazonia. Written by William Messner Loebs and released in 1997, Wonder Woman Amazonia is an Elseworlds story about Diana living in an alternate reality where Queen Victoria and her family were killed. And so, an American named Jack Planters became the King of England and created an extremely patriarchal society where women have absolutely no rights. Now, why would Jack Planters do this? Well, because Jack Planters is actually Jack the Ripper. So this is basically a story where Wonder Woman battles King Jack the Ripper. Wild stuff. Anyways, Diana is living her best life on Themyscira, when one day Steve Trevor and a bunch of soldiers show up and kill almost all of the Amazons. Diana is captured, and the other survivors are enslaved. And so, Diana lives in London with absolutely no rights. She was even forced to marry Steve Trevor and have his kids. Eventually, Diana would have enough, and become the underground resistance fighter, Wonder Woman. As Wonder Woman, she inspires people to stand up to the king. She also leads a slave revolt, resulting in the deaths of both Steve Trevor and the king. Now that his father is dead, Prince Charles, who's really nice, becomes the king and marries Diana. And the two lead England into a bright future. And yes, this marriage is a reference to Charles and Diana. Miles Morales becomes Hulk. In What If Miles Morales Issue 3, released in May of 2022, we get a universe in which Miles Morales isn't Spider-Man, but instead the Hulk. Miles' life was relatively normal until one day he found a suitcase belonging to his Uncle Aaron. He then saw a spider on it and attempted to kill it, only to knock over the suitcase, revealing highly radioactive material inside of it, and Miles just so happened to step on it, releasing a whole bunch of gamma radiation into the room. And so Miles turned into the Hulk, and tried to hide it from people. Curious as to why his uncle had radioactive material, he decided to follow him one night, and there he found his uncle making a deal with Emil Blonsky. It's here that we learn that this universe's Prowler is a complete idiot, because he tries to double-cross Blonsky by shooting him with a laser, only to accidentally blow up the radioactive material he was giving Emil, and this just turned Blonsky into the Abomination, and then he obviously just killed Prowler. Miles then jumps in and turns into the Hulk to fight Abomination, and actually ends up killing him. And so, Miles became a superhero, working with his universe's Avengers, and later alternate universe versions of himself in a fight against a team of alternate universe Prowlers. What if Daredevil worked under Doctor Strange? In What If Issue 83, released in January of 1996, we're introduced to a reality where instead of becoming a sorcerer, Stephen Strange went to Stick for guidance and was trained by him to become a martial artist. And after becoming a martial artist, he became a teacher and taught Matt Murdock and Elektra. He was actually the one who recruited Matt into martial arts, not Stick. Although, I guess technically it still was Stick, as he was the one who ordered Strange to rescue Matt, but whatever. In this reality, Matt never got a handle on his rage, and it quickly consumed him. Using his talents, he became one of the Hand's most powerful warriors. Like in the main Marvel universe, Matt and Elektra fell in love, but this time around, it's Daredevil who's trying to turn Elektra into a Hand assassin. Daredevil leads the Hand in a war against Strange, and during a Hand attack on Strange's home, Matt and Strange duke it out, with Matt coming out on top. Strange is only saved when a Hand soldier attempts to kill Elektra, which causes Daredevil to turn on the Hand soldiers. He and Elektra work together to defeat the assassins, and in the aftermath of the fight, Matt and Strange make up. Daredevil and Elektra then decide to leave this war with the Hand behind, and presumably become superheroes. The original Flashpoint. Released from December of 1999 to February 2000, Flashpoint is a 3-part Elseworlds story written by Pat McGreal. It tells the story of Flash being the only superhero in existence. That is, until he saves John F. Kennedy from being assassinated, taking a bullet to the spine. This cripples Barry's body, but it doesn't cripple his mind, as he then decides to create a bunch of technology, like teleportation devices. Barry has people travel to Mars. There, they discover a weird artifact that turns one of the scientists who went to Mars into a speedster. That scientist being Wally West. But he doesn't get to run around and do Flash stuff. Instead, Wally West gets put into a coma and is killed by Vandal Savage. You see, Barry brought Wally to Savage in order for him to save his life. But Savage was like, "Nah, I'm gonna clone him." And when that fails, Wally dies. Though he did succeed in creating a single clone of Wally. Barry's like, Alright, I'm gonna take away your flash powers. So he hooks up the clone to a machine and sucks the Speed Force energy out of him. Not only does this remove Wally's powers, but it also allows Barry to walk again. He then heads over to Vandal Savage's place to beat him up, when Savage uses the artifact to send Barry into another reality. And then, almost immediately afterwards, Vandal Savage gets shot in the head by a CIA assassin. The story ends with Barry Allen living out a new life as Flash in another world. This time, in a world where he's not the only hero. Wonder Woman 1,000,000. First appearing in JLA issue 23, released in October of 1998, Wonder Woman 1,000,000 is an alternate universe version of Wonder Woman that lives on Venus. No, really. In this universe, the Amazons live on the planet Venus. Created as a marble statue, she was given life by the Goddess of Truth, who is actually Wonder Woman from the 21st century, now a god. This Wonder Woman lives in the 853rd century, and works with Justice Legion A, one of the 24 Justice Legions in the future. And together, they protect the universe from evil. Wonder Woman also has her own sidekick, Troy, who is also a marble statue given life. Also, Wonder Woman's name is just Wonder Woman. Yeah, she's not called Diana. As for her powers, Wonder Woman 1,000,000 is insanely smart, and can use a form of artificial telepathy called Headnet. She can also fly, has superhuman speed, stamina, and strength. She's also got Harmony and Charity, a pair of AI-controlled bracelets that create force fields. Wolverine Squad. First appearing in Exiles issue 86, released in August of 2006, the Wolverine Squad is a team of Wolverines from different universes brought together by the Timebreakers, an advanced bug species who often got heroes from other realities to fix their multiverse-damaging shenanigans. The first and only mission the Wolverine Squad went on was to stop the entity known as Brother Mutant from taking over a reality. This guy is literally Wolverine, Magneto, Scarlet Warlock, Quicksilver, and Mesmero, all merged into one entity. So, he's a pretty big deal. And so the Wolverine Squad went to go fight him, and lost, with most of them being defeated. Wolverine of 811, the Days of Future Past reality, was the only one to escape, and returned to the Timebreakers to report their failure. He also convinced them to hire the Exiles to help them defeat Brother Mutant. They agreed, and the Exiles showed up and, with the help of Wolverine, finally defeated Brother Mutant. I guess because their only outing was a failure, the Timebreakers had no interest in ever using the team again, so all surviving Wolverines were sent back to their own realities. The Wolverines that made up the squad were Wolverine of Earth 811, Wolverine from Earth 181, who was still in his patch phase, Wolverine from Earth 6195, one of the many zombie universes, Wolverine from Earth 520, who was still undergoing the Weapon X programming, Albert and LCD from Earth 5211, and Wolverine from Earth 1880, a Wolverine from the 19th century who was just getting his powers for the first time. While this Wolverine squad never saw any more action, there was another Wolverine squad, or Wolverine Army, that appeared in Exiles issue 86, released in September of 2006. They worked for Brother Mutant and fought the Exiles, and the Wolverine squad. Some of the Wolverines in this squad, or army, included Snicked the Clown, who was Wolverine, but a clown, a Hulk Wolverine, the Fiend with no name, and Wolverine, but he was actually the Wendigo, but went by the name Hulk. Pink Kryptonite. So there's a lot of different variations of Kryptonite, but probably the weirdest one is Pink Kryptonite. Pink Kryptonite never makes any appearances in any pieces of media.
However, it is mentioned once in Supergirl issue 789, released in February 2003. This story is very notable for two things. The main one here is that Supergirl and Superman get married. Don't worry, they're not related in this story. This is actually Supergirl from another universe where she's not related to Superman. It's a weird thing. But anyways, in this story, there's one panel that shows Lois Lane asking Supergirl, what kind of effect has pink kryptonite had on Superman? To which we quickly realize it makes Superman gay for a period of time. What a weird comic. Iron Hammer. First appearing in Infinity Wars issue 3, released in September of 2018, Stark Odinson was created by Gamora. You see, Gamora had recently sealed every single soul in the Marvel Universe within the Soul Stone, and then merged all the souls together, creating a pocket dimension called Warp World. As his name suggests, he's a combination between Thor and Iron Man. Stark wanted to be a warrior that served Asgard, but his dad, Howard Odin, said, "Dude, you're like immortal. You got some serious arrogance. No, you're not going to be a warrior." They got into a fight, and Stark was stripped of his godhood and sent down to Earth, where Stark would become the 5th richest man in Europe within just 5 years of exile. While there, he'd be captured by Malekith and the Dark Elves, and while their prisoner, Stark, alongside another prisoner, built a suit of armor for him to escape, he regained his godhood and hunted down Malekith, and would eventually become romantically involved with Madame Hell, a combination between Madame Mask and Hela. He'd also eventually join the Defenders, a group of superheroes sworn to defend Warp World. So yeah, they just took the backstories of Thor and Iron Man and then smushed them together. As for Iron Hammer's abilities, his armor has a Jarvis system in it called Heimdall that allows him to see even if he's blinded. The suit is also a combination between technology and magic, so it has extreme durability. And his hammer is known as Mjolniron, which is basically just Thor's hammer but bigger. Captain America in the Civil War. In What If Captain America, released in December 2005, we're introduced to a world in which Steve Rogers was born in the 1800s and fought in the American Civil War. Not much is known about his early life, but he would eventually join the Union Army. He would also become friendly with his commanding officer, Colonel Bucky Barnes. But Steve quickly realizes that he's surrounded by people who aren't exactly all that great, as he witnesses his fellow Union soldiers slaughtering civilians in the town of Osceola. They weren't even doing this to, free the slaves. No, they killed them too. And it turns out the person who gave them the order to pillage the town was Colonel Bucky Barnes himself. Steve turns on Barnes and is about to be executed by him when suddenly a bald eagle flies in and viciously attacks Barnes's face. Steve is able to get some kids to safety, but is shot through the chest in the process. Dying, he's visited by an ancient spirit named Waipayak, who revives him. Steve then wakes up and is saved by a man named Sam Wilson, a member of the Union Army, who brings him back to their fort. Bucky then shows up in order to make sure that he finishes the job in killing Steve, but before he can attack him, Sam uses some magic to give Steve the powers of that ancient spirit from before. Bucky is caught in the magic blast that gives Steve his powers, and this literally melts the skin off Bucky's face, and so he becomes White Skull. Enraged, he declares all of the Union soldiers at the fort are traitors, and a battle begins. A civil war within a civil war. And in this battle, Sam is killed. Steve then wakes up as Captain America and easily defeats Bucky and his men. He then leads the Union Army throughout the rest of the war, and because of this, the Civil War ends in 1864, a year before it ends in our timeline. He also prevents Abraham Lincoln from being assassinated, which results in Honest Abe getting a second term. He continued to be Captain America after the war, and practically annihilated the KKK. He also continued to battle White Skull, who had survived the Civil War, and recruited the remnant KKK members into his own hate group. And that's how the story ends. As for his powers, Steve's got superhuman strength, speed, and healing. He's also got the ability to teleport and can summon a magic falcon from his shield, whom gods destroy. Written by Chris Claremont, Superman and Wonder Woman, Whom Gods Destroy, is a 4-part Elseworlds story released from October 1996 to January of 1997. In this universe, the Axis powers won World War II, and so, all of Europe is under Germany's control. Well, not actually Germany, as it turns out the god Adonis is ruling over Germany, so really, they're the one in charge. Superman and Lois then travel to Germany in search of Lana Lang, who's been captured by the Axis powers. There, they discover that Wonder Woman has betrayed Paradise Island and is now a proud member of the Third Reich. Because pretty much all of Europe is now being ruled by a Greek god, several monsters from Greek mythology are given to the Axis powers to help them conquer the world. Along with the monsters, the Greek goddess Circe works with them and transforms Superman into an evil centaur, while Athena transforms Lois Lane into the new Wonder Woman. Superman then gets turned into a woman briefly, infiltrates the Axis powers, and eventually Lois Lane defeats the evil Wonder Woman. With the day saved and Adonis being sent off to hell, Superman, Lois Lane, and Lana Lang move in together in the Fortress of Solitude, which is on the moon for some reason, and enter a polyamorous relationship. Also, it's revealed that this entire story was just Zeus and Hera playing a game of chess using the world as their pieces. It is a very weird comic with even weirder art. Natasha Stark. Gender-swapping characters between alternate universes is nothing new. For example, there's been plenty of alternate universes where Batman's been a woman, or Spider-Man's been a woman, and Iron Man is no different. Probably the most well-known female Tony Stark is Natasha Stark from Earth 3490. First and only appearing in Dark Reign Fantastic Four issue 2, released in April 2009, Natasha has barely any story to her. All we know about her is that she's Iron Woman, and married Captain America. This romantic relationship with him somehow prevented the entirety of Civil War from happening. No, really, because they were so in love, they weren't very aggressive about their beliefs, and so that universe's Reed Richards completed the superhero registration program without a single fight.
What if the Fantastic Four had all become monsters like the Thing? In What If issue 11, released in January of 1990, we get 4 short stories about what if the Fantastic Four all shared the exact same powers. The most interesting of these 4 stories, in my opinion, is the third one, What If the Fantastic Four had all become monsters like the Thing, which is a really mean title. Poor Ben. Anyways, after being mutated by the cosmic rays, Ben turns into the Thing, while Reed becomes a monkey-like creature, and Johnny becomes just another thing, and Sue becomes just Man-Thing, just like she straight up just becomes Man-Thing, and because of this, she can no longer talk. And because, you know, they're all monster-like, everyone is terrified of them. In order to avoid being gunned down by the police and military, the Fantastic Four bail from civilization and travel to Monster Island, where they live the rest of their lives in peace. Yeah, there's no, like, redemption story where they're like, see guys, we're actually heroes. Like, no, they just go into exile. Justice Riders. Released in 1997 and written by Chuck Dixon, Justice Riders is an Elseworlds story that basically answers the question, what if the Justice League were cowboys during the Wild West? The story mainly follows Diana Prince, a sheriff working in the town of Paradise. One day, she returns to paradise after catching some horse thieves, only to discover the entire town burned to the ground. She then declares that she'll get revenge on whoever is responsible, and begins creating a team. We got Wally West, a bouncer living in Diablo Wells, Qatar Johnson, a Native American warrior with artificial wings that allows him to fly, Theodore Cord, an inventor, Michael Carter, a con artist, and literally just Martian Manhunter. Together, they become the Justice Riders, and set out to take down the villainous Maxwell Lord and his business partner, who just so happens to be a Dominator. On their journey, they battle a steam-powered robot named Lord Havoc, and deal with a Pinkerton agent named Guy Gardner. By the end of the story, Diana and her crew take down Maxwell Lord and go on their separate ways. But Theodore Cord tells the story of the Justice Riders to a writer named Clark Kent, who gets the idea to start writing stories about the team, essentially making them Wild West legends.
Iron Man has an eating problem. In What If, issue 34, released in May 1982, the joke issue I mentioned earlier with Limo Man, there was another joke, What If, that answered the question to, what if Iron Man had an eating problem instead of a drinking problem? The answer? He's fat. That's it. He eats an entire cow and a bunch of McDonald's, and that's kind of it. It's just a fat joke.
What if Wolverine had killed the Hulk? Incredible Hulk issue 181, released in July 1974, is one of the most important comics in Marvel history, as it's the proper introduction of Wolverine, and sets up one of the most iconic who would win debates in Marvel history. Who would win in a fight, Wolverine or Hulk? The answer is Hulk, by the way. But in What If issue 31, released in November of 1981, we get an alternate take on the events of this story. In Earth 616, Wolverine was ordered to defeat and capture Hulk. But in this reality, he decides to instead kill Hulk, and he's actually able to. The Canadian government is not really thrilled about this, because not only did he go against orders, he killed a dude. So Wolverine leaves, fearing being arrested, and he's eventually found by Magneto and recruited into the Brotherhood of Mutants, which, of course, sets him on a collision course with the X-Men. He's sent on a mission to infiltrate the team, which is kind of funny because it'd be retconned years later that in Earth 616, Wolverine only joined the X-Men as part of a mission to kill Professor X. While in Earth 616, Wolverine became a good guy after Charles literally brainwashed him into becoming one, in this reality, he just thinks that Jean Grey's hot, so he betrays the Brotherhood of Mutants. Probably shouldn't have done that though, because Magneto loves getting revenge. So during the big fight, Magneto uses his powers to force Wolverine to stab his claws into his own head, killing him. Magneto then dies right afterwards. So yeah, that all happens because Wolverine decided to kill Hulk.
Superman Red Sun. Superman Red Sun is an Elseworlds story written by Mark Miller that tells the story of what would happen if Kal-El landed in the Soviet Union instead of Kansas. The story lasted for 3 issues and told the story of Kal-El, who landed on Earth in 1938, and is instead raised by the Soviet Union government. Though this Kal-El isn't actually from Krypton, but instead a future version of Earth that's falling apart due to the sun turning into a red giant. And so Kal-El was sent back in time to escape dying with his family. Anyways, because he was raised by the Soviet Union, his morals and ideology were just a little bit different from the mainline supes. For example, when he became the leader of the Soviet Union, his government created Superman robots. These aren't actually robots though, but they're instead the result of forced brain surgery that turns people into mindless obedient drones. All of this really gets under Lex Luthor's skin, and so he tries several different attempts to kill Superman, from creating Bizarro, working with Brainiac, helping out Batman, and even creating a Green Lantern Corps military on Earth. This all leads to a big old fight where Wonder Woman and the Amazons fight Superman, Brainiac manipulates Superman into thinking that he was on his side. Ultimately, this whole big fight leads to Superman retiring and living amongst humanity. Lex Luthor, meanwhile, cures every single disease possible in the world, and even created his own philosophy called Lutheranism, which is already the name of a religion, so it's gonna have to change the name. Lex's leadership then leads to the galaxy being colonized by humanity, and everything's pretty neat. You know, it's a pretty dope time to be a human. That is, until the sun turns into a red giant billions of years in the future, and Kal-El gets sent back in time, creating a cycle. It's revealed then in the story that Kal-El is the son of a distant relative of Lois Lane and Lex Luthor. This story has become probably the most well-known and beloved Superman Elseworlds story, receiving critical acclaim when it was released. This has led to this universe's Superman and other Red Sun characters like Batman and Wonder Woman to appear in plenty of media. Examples include video games, a kinda live-action adaptation in Supergirl and by extension the Arrowverse, an animated adaptation, a cameo in the Justice League Action, a cancelled live-action movie, which you can see me talk about in the Batman Iceberg, and many different other comics. Real Worlds, Justice League of America. Released in January of 2000, and written by Mike Carlin, is an Elseworlds story set in Chicago in 1999. As a kid, Michael Riley and his friends would pretend to be superheroes. He would pretend to be Superman, while his friend Nick was Elongated Man, Karen was Wonder Woman, and Richard was Batman. They always have fun playing, but eventually stop as they get older. However, in October of 1999, they all receive superhero costumes in the mail, with invitations to a Halloween party hosted by a billionaire named Bernard Epstein. Anyways, they all arrive at his party and have a pretty good time. They also find a letter saying that the Sparrow is going to take over the world. But they don't really care. In the morning, the four are abandoned in Chicago, where they discover that a superhero-themed restaurant is opening up. They go to investigate and discover they're part of some weird play. After dealing with a bunch of actors in costumes pretending to be comic book villains, the four discover a Halloween parade, which eventually leads them all into meeting the mastermind behind it all. Despero. Well, not really. It's actually Epstein. I'm gonna call him Bernie. I'm just gonna call him Bernie. It's actually Bernie who reveals his ultimate goal was to bring his childhood friends together to play pretend one more time. And they agree. The story ends with Epstein putting on an Adam costume and shouting out about how he wants to pretend to be a 10-year-old. This comic did not age well in the slightest. What if Kingpin owned Daredevil? In What If issue 73, released in March of 1995, we're introduced to a reality in which Daredevil works for Kingpin. Yes, I talked about that Hitman Daredevil earlier, but this time we actually get a story centered around him. After Jack Murdock is killed, Kingpin sends one of his agents to give his condolences to Matt, and to offer him any help if he needs it. Matt then meets with Fisk, and Kingpin offers to train Matt to get revenge on his father's killers. Matt decides to join Fisk's criminal empire, and is trained by Kingpin personally. His father's killers are then killed one by one, and Matt becomes fully loyal to Fisk, even abandoning Stick. As he gets older, he becomes a lawyer who defends Fisk and Vanessa from all kinds of lawsuits. Although he gets tired of all of this, and convinces Fisk to cut off all of his ties to the criminal underworld. But Fisk's biological son, Richard, is not about to let that happen, because he's become pretty jealous of how much Kingpin cares for Matt. Fisk is then killed by Richard's henchmen, leaving Matt in a state of absolute rage. He kills Richard's henchmen and then executes Richard. In the aftermath, he and Vanessa are devastated by Fisk's death, and Matt is expected by the rest of the gang to take Fisk's spot as Kingpin. The story ends as Matt debates on whether or not he should become the Kingpin. It's not all doom and gloom though, as Elektra gets a happy ending in this universe.
Her father lives, and she opens up an international law firm. Foggy, on the other hand, has a pretty sad ending, though. He's bullied out of law school and ends up at a dead-end job. So, okay, maybe it's kind of all doom and gloom.
Superman's red and blue clones. In Superman issue 162, released in July 1963, Superman creates a machine powered by kryptonite to increase his intelligence in order for him to figure out a way to eliminate all crime. So he uses the machine on himself, but instead of making him smarter, it splits him into two beings. These two clones are named Superman Blue and Superman Red. Together, the two Supermen fix Brainiac's enlarging ray to restore the shrunken Kryptonian city of Kandor, and then create an anti-evil ray that literally wipes out the concept of evil from Earth. Now that he literally can't be evil anymore, Lex Luthor decides to spend the rest of his life curing all known diseases. Superman Red would then marry Lois Lane, while Superman Blue married Lana Lang. Emperor Stark. First appearing in Exiles issue 23, released in March 2003, Tony Stark of Earth 42777 was a pretty wacky guy. In fact, I'd argue that he was kind of a jerk, as he had everyone who opposed him killed. He also manipulated the entire world into electing him Emperor of the Planet for life, which does not sound like the best idea, but hey, I mean, he was the hero of the Mutant War, a war in which all of humanity and all of mutant kind were fighting each other, though he did help start the war and was secretly working with Magneto, but oh well. He had a Nobel Peace Prize for developing countermeasures for crop destruction. That's pretty cool. Doesn't really make up for the murder and fascism, but I mean, it's a start. Oh wait, no, he's the one that created the bugs that destroyed the crops. Never mind. He also created technology that controlled all of the weather and seismic activity. So he just created hurricanes and earthquakes whenever. He also had an entire fleet of Iron Man soldiers ready to kill at a moment's notice. He may sound like a pretty popular guy, but surprisingly, not everyone liked Emperor Stark. In fact, most people hated him, including Dr. Doom, who attempted to take him out, only to be killed. He would eventually meet his end when the Inhumans took him out. And by took him out, I mean the Inhumans took themselves out, which caused Sue Storm, who was married to Black Bolt, to kill Emperor Stark. It's just a really sad, messed up world.
Major Deadpool. First appearing in Deadpool Merc with a Mouth issue 7, released in January of 2010, Wade Wilson from Earth 6466 was a very different Deadpool than your standard Merc with a Mouth. Instead of being a fourth wall breaking mercenary, Major Deadpool was, well, a major in S.H.I.E.L.D., and was part of the United States of North America military. Yeah, in this reality, the United States and Canada merged together to form one super country. Anyways, Major Deadpool doesn't actually do all that much in the one issue he appears in. When Deadpool and Headpool travel to his world, he gets into a fight with the main universe Deadpool. While Deadpool doesn't kill him, it would later be revealed that Major Deadpool was killed by the evil Deadpool Corps during the Deadpool kills Deadpool storyline that I talked about way earlier in the video. Major Deadpool is actually a parody of the comic series US War Machine 2.0, a series that I talked about in the Iron Man iceberg. As for Major Deadpool's powers, he actually doesn't seem to have any of Deadpool's abilities. He just seems to be a guy.
Superman, True Brit. Released in October 2004 and written by John Cleese, Superman, True Brit is basically what if Superman landed in England instead of Kansas. It's also just non-stop British jokes and British stereotypes. The story goes that Kal-El lands in England and is found by the Clark family, who raise him as Colin Clark. As Colin grows up, his powers begin to get stronger, which causes a lot of issues for his family. Eventually, he's able to get his powers under control, for the most part, and travels to university. He also impales a dude with a cricket bat by accident. And I was going to show you the image of him doing that, but it's weirdly, extremely graphic for a comedy story. Colin then meets this universe's Lois Lane and Perry White, and joins the tabloid company, the Daily Smear, a not-so-subtle parody of the Daily Star. Life seems to be going pretty well for Colin, except for the whole cricket incident. After a while, Colin decides to use his powers for good, and becomes Superman, with an extremely bad costume. Overall, Superman True Brit is a very unique take on the character. General Ross becomes Cyborg War Machine. Only appearing in Secret Wars Battle World Issue 2, released in June 2015, everyone knows that General Thunderbolt Ross turns into Red Hulk. But not everyone knows about the General Ross who transformed into something very, very different. Ross of Earth 71612 was turned into a cyborg modeled off of a War Machine armor, and so he took up the name War Machine. He only did this after his daughter Betty Ross died, and he believed that she had been killed by Hulk, or at least her death had something to do with Hulk. So in order to get revenge, he turned himself into a pickle, a cyborg, War Machine, that looks like that one Terminator from Terminator Salvation. Later, it would be revealed that Taskmaster had actually killed Betty Ross. Except not really. You see, around this time, Ross got captured and became a gladiator in Arcade's Coliseum. A Coliseum, but I don't know, just call it Coliseum. And he wanted to spice up the action, so he told Ross about the Taskmaster thing. So basically, he lied to make the fight between the two more interesting. As for War Machine Ross's abilities, he's got various War Machine weapons, like repulsor blasts, a harpoon launcher, and an incendiary ray.
What if the Thing had continued to mutate? In Marvel 2-in-1 issue 82, released in August of 1981, Thing, Bill Foster, and Captain America join forces to fight MODOK after Thing is infected with Virus X, a biological weapon created by AIM that continues to mutate Ben, further turning him into a monster. But by the end of the story, Ben is saved. But what if he wasn't? In What If issue 37, released in November of 1982, we get an answer to this question. While Bill Foster and Captain America battle MODOK and find the cure to Virus X, Thing is freaking out about his mutation getting worse. And, boy does it. He becomes this disgusting green blob monster that looks like a combination between the Toxic Avenger and Hulk. It's no way to live, and luckily, Ben didn't have to live like that for long, as after a little while, his mutation released all of the cosmic energy stored in his body, the very same cosmic energy that turned him into the Thing, and so he reverts back to being just a normal dude. Not only that, but his girlfriend Alicia gets her blindness cured as well, thanks to the energy being released. So Ben lives his best life with Alicia, while Ben Foster takes Thing's place in the Fantastic Four. Kinda crazy that if Thing didn't take the cure to Virus X, everything would have worked out fine. Green Lantern of 2029. First appearing in The Last Days of Animal Man, issue 2, released in August of 2009, unfortunately, this weird lantern isn't actually canon to the main DC universe. Instead, they're from the Last Days of Animal Man universe. And as you can see, this Green Lantern, who comes from the year 2029, is a whale. Just a full-on whale. He is sentient, however, and saved Animal Man's life when he began to lose his powers while flying. He also would stop the villain Blood Wraith by cutting off his oxygen, which is kinda crazy. He doesn't really do all that much in the story, outside of inviting Animal Man to join the animal-themed team, the League of Titans. As for his powers, he has all of your standard Green Lantern abilities, and I assume he can still do whale vocalization in the ocean. Wonder Man becomes Hulk. In Exiles issue 24, released in March of 2003, we're introduced to a variant of Wonder Man who became the Hulk. In this reality, Tony Stark's pretty evil, and wants to not just defeat the Hulk, he wants to flat out kill him. He also wants to rule the world, but that's a story for a different video. This video. Anyways, he decided that the only way to kill the Hulk was to drop a giant high-concentration gamma bomb onto him. And it worked. Hulk was finally killed. But Wonder Man just so happened to be near Hulk, so he was hit with all of that gamma radiation, which transformed Simon into a kaiju-sized Hulk who was even more powerful than normal Hulk. This is due to the fact that not only did he have all of this gamma radiation coursing through his veins, but he also had all of his traditional Wonder Man powers. Instead of killing Simon, Iron Man decided to let him live his life in peace in Hawaii. That was until the multiversal superhero group, Weapon X, showed up looking for a quirky gadget that this universe's Reed Richards had given to Wonder Man. And in the ensuing battle, Wonder Man Hulk was sent to the negative zone, where he was killed. Rest in peace, Wonder Man Hulk. You appeared for a single issue, and that was it. You didn't really do all that much.
Superman Kal. Released in March of 1995 and written by Dave Gibbons, Superman Kal is an Elseworlds story about what if Superman landed in the Middle Ages. Here, Kal works as a blacksmith for a while, and eventually meets Lady Lois, this universe's version of Lois Lane. The two fall in love, and eventually Kal asks her to marry him. All is going well, until Baron Luthor shows up and is like, "Hey Kal, congrats on the wedding, that's pretty awesome. But did you know about the rule of where the Baron or the King of the land gets to bang the bride on her wedding night? It's a pretty cool rule." Not wanting to be cucked, battles Luthor, but is easily defeated because Luthor's armor has kryptonite on it that he found in Kal's crashed baby spaceship. Upon waking up the next day, Kal discovers that Luthor had taken Lois, attempted to R-word her, and then when that failed, beat her to death. Yeah, the story takes a fairly dark turn here. And so, Kal decides to kill Luthor and storms his castle with an entire mob of rioters. During this battle, he takes boiling oil to the face and just shrugs it off. The two duel and end up killing each other. Kal is then buried alongside his would-be wife, and his sword goes on to become Excalibur. Not the happiest Superman story, that's for sure. The Unremembered. Released in December of 1996 and written by John Bryan, The Unremembered is an Elseworlds story that tells the story of a spaceship in the far future. Inside the spaceship is a woman named Alexa. She was originally part of a civilization in the ship called the Unremembered. They're the last remnants of humanity. They were all born on the ship, and it's been so long since the ship began flight that nobody remembers who built the ship or why they're even in it. The ship is filled with weird abominations, mutants that want to devour the Unremembered. These are the creatures of the shadows, and the Unremembered are constantly fighting them. Most of the Unremembered are pretty okay with not knowing their history, but Alexa is very curious about the past, and so she leaves her community to explore the ship. She eventually comes across a monster known as a rat bat using a computer. This is pretty weird to her because these creatures aren't supposed to be sentient. But then, she's hit with visions and memories of a woman named Wonder Woman, a hero from the past. She then accesses the same computer and is hit with even more visions of the past. She basically relives Wonder Woman's entire life. She then sees a colony of rat bats, and it turns out they're all sentient, and they're not monsters. They have their own culture and customs. Meanwhile, the Unremembered launch an attack on the rat bat hive, only to be met by the rat bat Alexa had seen before, now wearing a Wonder Woman costume. Before any more lives can be lost, Alexa arrives and stops the fighting, declaring that the rat bats are friends. And so the two societies mesh together and become one big happy society. Skeleton Flash. Only appearing in Tales from the Dark Multiverse, Dark Knight's Metal, released in February of 2021, this variant of Barry Allen was your standard Flash for a while, until the demon Barbados showed up. Now calling himself Deathwave, he was consuming realities, and Flash was killed by Deathwave when his universe was destroyed. However, he was brought back to life by the Speed Force, who reanimated his skeletal remains in order for him to continue the fight against evil. Skeleton Flash lived in the ruins of his universe for a bit, until eventually being recruited by Duke Thomas into a new multiversal Justice League in order to defeat Deathwave. And during the final battle, Skeleton Flash perished while trying to save Green Lantern. As for his abilities, he's got all of Barry Allen's standard abilities, but that's only because of a strange floating device that follows him around, giving him the connection to the Speed Force, and presumably what's keeping them together. Cancerverse. First appearing in Realm of Kings, released in November 2009, Iron Man of Earth 10,011 was from the Cancerverse. This is a reality where death had been conquered, so everyone can live forever. The only problem is that this life is hell, as now all life in this universe was being fueled by the Ancient Ones, basically eldritch gods. And because they fueled everything, everyone and everything became corrupted, resulting in the universe being one giant living corpse. Tony, in this universe, worked with the Avengers, a team consisting of various former Avengers working under Marvel. They traveled around the universe, making sure everything was nice and corrupted. So when Nova from the main Marvel universe arrived in their universe, they weren't too happy, and eventually this Iron Man and the Avengers attempted to corrupt the main Marvel universe as well. Luckily they failed, and they were all killed when Thanos brought his girlfriend Death over to the Cancerverse, which reintroduced the concept of death to this universe. Though Iron Man and the Avengers would later be resurrected and possessed by the Ancient Ones. But since then, he hasn't really done anything.
What if Hulk was the smart one, while Bruce was the monster? In What If issue 91, released in September of 1996, we're introduced to a reality where, after being hit with the Gamma Bomb, Colonel Bruce Banner became a monster. He would keep his intelligence, but pretty much 24/7 he was angry and violent. He pretty much turned into a psychopath and began abusing his wife Betty. And he also developed a mutated form, that being Starman. As Starman, he became almost childlike in intelligence, and was generally a pretty good dude. Bruce wasn't a fan of this alternate form, and upon discovering it, would try to have it killed. For example, when he found out a way to transform at will, he would call in a tip to the military to attack and kill Starman. This escalated more and more over time, as Bruce tried to make the world hate Starman, even committing a false flag attack to frame Starman and several countries in the Middle East, causing a war. Only one other person knew the truth behind Starman, and that was Betty. But Betty was literally threatened with murder by Bruce if she ever told people the truth that Starman was innocent. But eventually, Betty had enough, and told Doc Samson the truth. Samson would then confront Bruce about these claims, only for Bruce to then threaten to have Samson sent off to war if he told anyone, and didn't have Betty sent to a mental asylum and be lobotomized. Fearing dying in war, Samson agreed to secrecy, and Betty was sent off to an asylum to live out the rest of her life in hell. And that's how the story ends. Betty is lobotomized in an asylum, and Bruce continues to try and have Starman killed, while the world is at war. Red Skull kills a baby. Ultimate Avengers issue 5, released in March of 2010, features probably one of the most infamous moments in all of Marvel Comics. In the issue, we see a flashback to when Red Skull, from the Ultimate Universe, is interrogating and torturing an activist named Nikolai Laskov. Nikolai was investigating Red Skull, and this ticked the Skull off. So after torturing him, he forces Nikolai's wife, Pietra, to stab Nikolai to death with scissors, or else he'll kill their infant son. She reluctantly does this over the course of an hour, But Red Skull doesn't really care. Instead of keeping his word, he throws the baby out of a window and then allows his men to R-word Petra. She would later go on to become the hero Red Wasp and get her revenge on Red Skull, executing him while he was in a hospital. This story remains very controversial to this day, with many people saying that this story was just done for shock value and to be edgy. Galactus the World Restorer. First appearing in Exiles issue 87, released in October of 2006, the Galactus of Earth 552 is not your typical Galactus. Instead of him eating worlds and causing countless deaths, this Galactus was all about life. He traveled the galaxy in search of dead or dying worlds, and upon finding them, he would use his powers to quite literally revive the planets. He was pretty necessary, as in this reality, the universe was being hammered by a blight that was wiping out worlds en masse. In fact, Galactus only revived worlds affected by the blight, and so when his herald, Silver Surfer, was like, "Hey, can you revive my planet? I accidentally blew it up." Galactus refused to help, so the Surfer attacked Galactus and then destroyed Earth. Galactus most likely would have died if not for the help of the Shi'ar Imperial Guard and the superhero team, the Exiles. In order to stop Silver Surfer's crazed rampage, Galactus turned Exiles member Sabretooth into his temporary herald. The two fought and the Silver Surfer was killed. Galactus then took back his powers from Sabretooth and made the Shi'ar Imperial Guard Manta into his new permanent herald. She then convinced Galactus to revive worlds that weren't hit by the Blight, and so Galactus restored Earth. Kinda crazy that if the Silver Surfer just argued a bit harder, he probably could have convinced Galactus to help him, but no, he just had to go and attack him. Hulk, the End. Want to see Hulk get eaten alive by bugs? No? Too bad. Released in June 2002, Hulk the End tells a hypothetical final Hulk story. It's also an adaptation of a short story featured in the novel Ultimate Hulk. More on that book later. The story is rather simple. It takes place after a nuclear war that wipes out everyone on Earth. Humans, mutants, Inhumans, and everything in between. But of course, Hulk survived. Right after the nuclear war, a recorder robot arrived on Earth and discovered that Bruce was still alive. So he gave Bruce a robot that could record Bruce's final days and messages in order to serve as a warning for other civilizations. Bruce is pretty sad because, he's the last person alive, while Hulk is mad that he isn't the last person alive, since Bruce is still around. So Bruce tries to help Hulk and attempts to Avengers Endgame himself a whole bunch, but all of these attempts fail because he keeps turning back into the Hulk. Eventually, Bruce does die, but not by his own hands or by natural causes. He suffers a heart attack, and in his final moments, he begs Hulk to give up and just let himself die so that Hulk can join Bruce in heaven. But Hulk refuses, and Bruce dies. Though the next day, Hulk realizes something. He never really wanted to be truly alone. And so the story ends with Hulk realizing that he will never see or speak to anyone ever again. He's doomed. Oh yeah, the bugs. That happens in the story, but because of Hulk's healing factor, he just heals from being eaten alive.
Scandalgate. Elseworlds' 80-page giant, released in August of 1999, included a short Elseworlds story titled Scandalgate, written by Tom Peyer. This story sees Superman as the President of the United States, except his presidential career isn't really doing so great, as he's currently being impeached for, well, not really sure, they don't really say. The story is literally only 2 pages long, but it doesn't actually tell you why Superman's being impeached. Though it seems like it's not that serious of an impeachment, as the only people who seem to really want his impeachment are Superman's enemies, like Lex Luthor, Doomsday, Brainiac, Satanus, Parasite, Bizarro, Silver Banshee, etc. This entire story is actually a parody of President Bill Clinton's impeachment in 1998. Professor X MODOK. First appearing in Uncanny X-Force issue 12, released in July of 2011, this alternate universe MODOK is from Earth 295, the Age of Apocalypse universe, and he's pretty strange. He's the clone of Professor X, being cloned from Xavier's brain and being attached to Cerebro, although he was quite faulty, as he apparently didn't really have a mind of his own. He just kinda followed orders and stared blankly at people. The only thing he's ever done was be used by X-Force while they were trying to find some life seeds. And that's pretty much it. He's appeared only once in a comic over a decade ago.
Green Widow. First appearing in Infinity Wars issue 4, released in October of 2018, Green Widow is the result of Gamora collecting every soul in the universe and trapping them in the Soul Gem, and then folding the universe inside the Soul Gem in half, merging two souls into one person. Anyways, Green Widow is the result of Black Widow and She-Hulk merging together. We don't really know too much else about her, outside of the fact that she got her powers from the Green Room, this universe's Red Room. We also know that she's a superhero thief who works with Cat's Eye, Kate Bishop and Hellcat merged together, and that's basically it. She helps out in the event's final battle, but we don't know anything else about her. Honestly, I only included her in the video because she has two completely different designs. In Infinity Warp's Warp World issue 1 and Infinity Wars issue 4, she has hair buns and has a very jokey personality. But in her other two appearances, Infinity Wars issue 6 and Secret Warp's Soldier Supreme Annual, she's shown to basically just be Black Widow but green, and is shown to be much more serious. I personally prefer the more serious look, because the other one looks more like She-Hulk and Moon Girl merged together, and decided to cosplay Black Widow. Though at the same time, they could have made the other design a little bit more interesting.
Wonder Woman, the True Amazon. Written by Jill Thompson and released in November of 2016, Wonder Woman, the True Amazon is a graphic novel set in another universe. In this universe, Diana was created when Hippolyta started singing next to her weird sand baby. This caused a chain reaction that led to Zeus granting life to the sand infant. Growing up, Diana was kind of a brat. She was spoiled beyond belief and would prank people constantly. Despite all of this, everyone loved her, except for a stable woman named Alethea. Diana was really into her, so she wanted to win her over. But how do you win somebody over? Well, you travel into the darkest parts of Themyscira and provoke a bunch of monsters, so you can then kill them and take their treasure. However, this doesn't really work out, because Alethea doesn't really care. Turns out, in order to win her approval, Diana has to become a respectful person. But Diana doesn't really listen. And so, during a big race, Diana summons a bunch of monsters in order to distract her competitors. This, does not end well, as the monsters straight up kill Alethea. After her death, Diana realized that Alethea was a true Amazon, while she herself wasn't. And after that, she kisses her corpse. That's not sanitary. So then Hippolyta is just like, alright Diana, you gotta go. Go live in man's world for a while or something, until you make up for the deaths you've caused. And that's the end of the story. Diana goofed, got her crush killed, and now she has to spend the rest of her days being a superhero as punishment.
Ring of Evil. In Green Lantern Annual issue 3, released in September of 1994, we're introduced to an Elseworlds story called Ring of Evil. The story starts at the end of World War II. Heinrich Himmler makes a deal with a demon that sucks out the souls of 12 Axis power soldiers and places them into a yellow ring for Himmler to wear. This ring gives Himmler a ton of power, and allows the Axis powers to win the war. 30 years go by, and a resistance has formed against the Germans, called the Lantern of the Green. Green Arrow and John Stewart are members of this group, and John is actually given leadership of the resistance, only for a bunch of Germans to find their base and massacre the entire resistance. And guess who led this team of Germans? Guy Gardner. Hal Jordan, a friend of Guy's, meets up with a man named Abend Strauss, who explains to Hal that he had killed Himmler years ago, upon seeing Himmler fall under the control of a witch named Karelia, who wanted the ring for herself. But now, Strauss was too weak to guard that ring from her, and so he gives it to Hal in order to keep it safe. He then dies, and his soul is sucked up into the ring. Hal then stumbles upon the woman that he's into, Carol, in bed with John Stewart, and he's pretty shocked. That's when Guy Gardner shows up with his own ring, created by Karelia, and he captures Carol and John. Hal finally realizes that the Axis powers are not very good, and so breaks the two of them free and beats up Guy. But that's when Karelia shows up and reveals that she's actually the demon that Himmler made a deal with ages ago. John then kills her, and then Guy kills Hal. John then takes Hal's ring and uses it to fight Guy, but Hal's ring isn't nearly as powerful as Guy's. So John calls out to the fallen members of the Lanterns of Green, who are used to create Guy's ring, and their souls answer John by jumping out of Guy's ring into his. Guy is then killed, and his soul is then placed in John's ring. John then declares that he's gonna free the world from the Axis powers, and the story ends. Andrew Jackson joins the Fantastic Four. In what? Released in August 2005, we get a whole bunch of joke what-if scenarios, but probably the strangest of all of these joke stories is what if President Andrew Jackson had taken Ben Grimm's place in the Fantastic Four? Now, you're probably curious, how is Andrew Jackson alive, since he died in June of 1845? And that's a great question. We don't get an answer. He doesn't even have powers, he just works with the team and fights bad guys. His only gimmick is that when he fights these bad guys, he shouts out facts about his time as president. Wonder why he didn't do a goofy reference to the Indian Removal Act.
Tony Stark's talking sentient brain tumor. So in the Ultimate Universe, Tony Stark had a brain tumor, but this brain tumor was different from all your other brain tumors, because it was sentient. Yes, this brain tumor named Anthony was a processor with his own mind and consciousness who would occasionally talk to Tony by creating hallucinations of a little boy. Yeah, comic books are weird. Although it turns out that this wasn't actually a tumor, but instead an infinity gem lodged in his brain. Anyways, Anthony could control and communicate with technology independent of Tony. For example, Tony could, and has, piloted Iron Man armor without Tony being in it. He did this once to control a giant Iron Man armor and fought against Reed Richards and a kaiju-sized Hulk. Son of Superman. Released in November of 1999 and written by Howard Chaykin and David Tishman, Son of Superman is an Elseworlds story about Superman's son, John. No, not the canon John, a different John. In this story, it's revealed that he grew up without even knowing that his father was Superman, though he would eventually find out and joins a terrorist group led by Lana Lang and Pete Ross to rescue his father, who's being held captive in an underground bunker. So why does he need to join a terrorist group? Well, because in this continuity, the US government has become insanely corrupt, and Lex Luthor has taken control of the United States and the Justice League. Upon rescuing Superman, it's then discovered that Wonder Woman is funding the terrorist group, and that Pete Ross is a pretty big loser, who gets paid off by Lex Luthor to keep his mouth shut about Superman's capture. Then Martian Manhunter shows up and pretends to be Superman while destroying the Statue of Liberty in order to frame Superman for its destruction. Yeah, it turns out that Martian Manhunter in this continuity is a bit of a loser too, because he worked with Lex Luthor to capture Superman so that he would be the most powerful and beloved superhero in the world. Awesome motivation. John then battles Lex Luthor, who now has superpowers, and eventually he beats him, while Wonder Woman convinces the terrorists to turn themselves into the authorities. Martian Manhunter is defeated and then forced to exile himself to Mars, and Batman runs for president. The Justice League then retires, and John becomes a full-on superhero. It's a really weird story, but Lex Luthor looks like a pirate, so it's pretty funny.
What if Rick Jones had become the Hulk? In What If issue 12, released in September of 1978, we get the answer to the question, what if Rick Jones was the one who was hit by the Gamma Bomb instead of Bruce Banner? In this reality, Rick pushes Bruce into the trench so that Rick is hit by the bomb. Upon waking up from being hit with a literal Gamma Bomb, Rick turns into the Hulk and is quickly captured. Bruce is leading the charge in trying to cure Rick, and everything is going to plan, until Loki decides that making Rick Hulk out would be pretty funny. So when Rick Hulk is out doing goofy stuff, Iron Man, Thor, Ant-Man, and Wasp show up to stop him, but they all then decide to team up and form the Avengers. Though Hulk doesn't stay on the team for very long. Only a little bit after Rick joined the team, Bruce had completed a device that would depower him, and he goes through with it. The Hulk was no more. Surprisingly, Rick's a bit upset by this, not because he wanted to be the Hulk, but because he could have killed somebody as the Hulk, and not have been able to do anything about it, due to him not being in control of his own body. That's when Captain America showed up and decided to make Rick his new sidekick, in order to make him feel better. Though Rick would actually turn back into the Hulk, which meant that Bruce's device failed. Rick then starts working with the original Captain Marvel, Captain Marvel, and helped him end the Kree-Skrull War and battle Annihilus in the Negative Zone. During all of this, Rick was worried that Hulk would end up killing someone. So luckily for Rick, Bruce eventually returned with a brand new gadget, the Gammatron, which could separate Rick from Hulk. And so, Rick goes on to live his life normally, while Hulk stays in the Negative Zone, eventually killing Annihilus and taking over his domain.
1602. First appearing in Marvel 1602, New World, Issue 2, released in August 2005, this is an Iron Man from a different universe, where the Marvel heroes were all alive during the 17th century. Anthony Stark was captured during the English and Spanish War and was forced to create weapons, all while being tortured by David Banner, this universe's Hulk. Anthony was forced to live the rest of his life in an enormous suit of armor, as without this electrical suit, he would die. He would eventually be called upon by King James to find David Banner, as he had gone missing in the New World, America. Anthony swore that he would kill Banner if he had betrayed the king. Also, he wanted to get revenge for being tortured. And so, he was sent on his way across the Atlantic Ocean to America to locate Banner. He would eventually find him, and they would battle it out until a girl named Virginia Dare transformed into a Sphinx and threatened to eat everyone if they didn't stop fighting. She was from the lost Roanoke colony, although in this universe, the Roanoke colony never vanished. She had also come into contact with some weird rift thing that gave her the power to transform into any animal she wishes. When the fighting was over, Anthony Stark, who was going by the name Lord Iron, made amends with David Banner, and the two decided to live out the rest of their lives in Roanoke. Lord Iron's abilities include various electrical attacks, along with a big sword and a big pistol. Superman, Secret Identity. So remember Superboy Prime and how he comes from a world where only he has powers and the rest of the DC heroes and villains are just comic characters? Yeah, so what if he didn't become evil? Or I guess more accurately, what if Crisis on Infinite Earths didn't happen? Well, a concept like that was explored in Superman Secret Identity. This was a 4-part miniseries released from January to April 2004 and was written by Kurt Busiek. In this universe, Clark Kent is born on Earth instead of Krypton, and is named as such because his parents, David and Laura Kent, are big fans of the comic book hero Superman. And you know how weirdos will name their kids some dumb, nerdy reference? And the internet always responds to stories like this going like, boy, that kid's gonna get bullied one day. Well, that exact thing happens to Clark, as people at school love to harass him for his name. That is, until one night he wakes up and he's got Superman's powers. It's not really explained in the story, he just kind of has them now. But anyways, this changes his life, and he becomes a superhero in secret. Flash forward a few years, and he marries a woman named Lois Shud Hardy, and is later kidnapped by the US government, who want to perform experiments on him. He escapes, and eventually his wife is pregnant, and they're expecting twins. But then the US government comes back and it's like, hey, you're gonna work for us, or we'll mess with your family. And so years go by as Clark takes missions for the US government. That is, until he hits his late 50s, as for some reason, his powers begin to disappear. But luckily for him, his daughters were born with powers, so they help him save people. Knowing that they'll be able to carry on his legacy and save people, Clark retires, but will still occasionally fly around with his daughters and grandson, just, for fun.
Hulk becomes the Silver Surfer. In What If Galactus Transformed Hulk, released in January of 2025, we're introduced to a reality in which Galactus, turns Hulk into one of his heralds. In this universe, Galactus shows up to Earth and is just like, hey, I won't eat your planet if you give me a powerful warrior to be my herald. So the world went, okay, and threw Bruce Banner at him. Banner was a bit confused at first, but went along with it since that meant that Hulk wouldn't be a problem to Earth ever again. So Hulk would travel the cosmos with Galactus, destroying worlds. But Hulk wouldn't just help Galactus. He would also help the people of the worlds that he destroyed, as he created colony ships that the planet's populations could escape into before Galactus ate their world. This went on for a while until one day Hulk came into contact with the Avengers. The Avengers aren't super happy with Galactus destroying planets, as they were now parts of the Galactic Council, and one of their space outposts was about to be eaten by Galactus. They tried to convince Hulk to stop Galactus, and while Hulk at first fought them, he was eventually convinced to stand up to his cosmic master, and that's the end of the story. We don't actually see him fight Galactus, it ends with him traveling to go fight him.
Val-Zod. First appearing in Earth 2, issue 19 in March 2014, Val-Zod is a relatively recent addition to the Superman family. Originally from Krypton along with Superman and Power Girl, Val-Zod was launched off Krypton as a child, and when he arrived on Earth, he was taken in by a man named Terry Sloan, who turned Val-Zod into a recluse by keeping him locked away in an underground lead-lined bunker. It took a long time for Val-Zod to be found by anyone, but he would eventually be found and set free, only for Val to have a serious panic attack due to him spending so much of his life indoors in an enclosed space. He'd then be taught by Lois Lane, who's Red Tornado in this universe, and other DC heroes on how to use his powers in order to fight and defeat Brutal, an evil Darkseid-created clone of Superman. However, there was one problem with this plan. You see, during Val-Zod's trip to Earth as a kid, he was taught by messages from his parents to be a pacifist. So Val-Zod wasn't really super into fighting Brutal. But after the death of Red Arrow and some talks from Jimmy Olsen and Dr. Fate, he finally decided to rise up and become Superman. And so he stopped Brutal, and the day was saved. Kinda. Shortly afterwards, some more things happened, and the Earth blew up eventually. It's a whole big thing. Anyways, he'd go on to join the Wonders of the World, and even crossed over with other DC realities. When it comes to powers, Val-Zod has most of Superman's standard abilities, like super hearing, heat vision, flight, X-ray vision, superhuman strength, etc. Since his first appearance, Val-Zod has sadly not made any appearances in media outside of the comics. Wonder Woman kills like 1 million people while banging. So during The Dark Knight Strikes Again, Superman and Wonder Woman decide to bang while flying around the Earth. The power created from the two of them doing this causes earthquakes to happen across the globe, which results in a bunch of tsunamis happening, alongside volcanic eruptions and hurricane-like winds to appear across the globe. Also, after realizing what happened, Wonder Woman makes a joke. Just terrible.
X-Babies. First appearing in X-Men Annual issue 12, released in June of 1998, The X-Babies are a group of children created by Mojo. They're quite literally cloned versions of Wolverine, Rogue, Storm, Nightcrawler, Professor X, Kitty Pryde, Psylocke, Colossus, and Longshot. Except, they're permanently children. Mojo created these guys in the aftermath of the Fall of the Mutants event, the storyline where the X-Men are believed to be dead for quite a while, and now that they're gone, Mojo needed some new entertainment to watch. So he created a bunch of different versions of the X-Men, including the X-Babies. The X-Babies would go on a variety of missions in both the main Marvel Universe and the Mojoverse. From freeing Rita Ricochet from Mojo's wrath, to battling bounty hunters with the X-Men, to battling the Mighty Avengers and the Brotherhood of Mutant Bullies. Yes, baby versions of the Avengers and Brotherhood of Mutants. Honestly, there's not really much to these guys. They haven't actually appeared in a comic in about 8 or so years. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that Marvel haven't brought these guys back in the 2020s, since, companies love putting baby versions of characters and things in order to, sell toys or make people go, "Ooh, they're so cute," or whatever. The Coming of the Supermen. Written by Neil Adams and Tony Bedard, The Coming of the Supermen is a 6-issue series released from April to September 2016. The story has 3 Kryptonians land on Earth and meet with Superman. These Kryptonians are Majar, Ted-M, and Vor-M. They came to Earth to recruit Superman into a war they're fighting against Darkseid on New Krypton. The 4 of them then team up to defeat Darkseid, the forces of Apocalypse, and Lex Luthor, who was working with Darkseid. Well, he was working with him until he realized that Darkseid was probably just going to invade Earth after he took over New Krypton. Oh, and the writing is really weird in this story. Ever wanted to see Superman say, "What's up?" Also, Superman and Lex Luthor make fun of Darkseid, which is weird, but pretty funny, actually. There's a lot of weird stuff in this story. Probably the strangest bit of it all is when it's revealed that Darkseid's dad was a pharaoh in ancient Egypt, and that the Sphinx was designed after him. Hulk 2099. First appearing in 2099 Unlimited Issue 1, released in May of 1993, John Eisenhart was a concept hunter working for Lotus Land Entertainment in the far-off year of 2099. A concept hunter is a type of lawyer in this reality who specializes in getting the rights to things. In the year 2099, there's a cult known as the Knights of Banner who worship the Hulk and do experiments to turn themselves into Hulk-like beings. Or at least they try. This cult caught the attention of Lotus Land Entertainment, who sent John to get the rights to produce a project based on the cult. But this didn't end well, as when he discovered that the cult were trying to create a new Hulk, John reported them to the police. And during the fight between the cult and police, well, I say fight, but it was really more of a massacre. During the massacre, the cult's super secret scary science device that they created to create a new Hulk activated, and turned John into a new Hulk, referred to as Hulk 2099. Feeling bad about getting the Knights of Banner killed, he swore to protect the survivors. He fails to do so, as the final survivor, Gawain, is killed by a cyborg named Draco. So in response, John swore to destroy Draco and defend the innocent. Draco wasn't the only bad guy that he faced off against. There was also the Golden One, an artificial person created to be the perfect man. He went rogue and began creating his very own army of mutants, including the Anti-Hulk. Basically, a random dude turned into an evil version of Hulk 2099. So, did Hulk succeed in defending the innocent? No, not really. Around this time, Doctor Doom 2099 had taken over the United States, and people weren't very happy about that. Some of these people were the group The Locusts, led by Hulk's brother, who was also a Gamma mutant. and they wanted to detonate a giant gamma bomb that would not only trigger a massive earthquake, but would also leave a good chunk of California a toxic radioactive nightmare, and Hulk failed to stop the bomb from going off. And shortly after this, he was gunned down by SHIELD agents using anti-gamma guns. At least, maybe. It's left ambiguous who SHIELD really killed in the aftermath of the gamma bomb, with the options being either Hulk 2099, Anti-Hulk, Hulk 2099's brother, or some random dude mutated into a Hulk-like form by the gamma bomb. Regardless, Hulk 2099 has never appeared again, though he is mentioned by Spider-Man 2099 in Spider-Man 2099 issue 6, released in November of 2014, in which Miguel mentions that he could have called Hulk for help. So, I guess he didn't die. As for his powers, Hulk 2099 has a lot of your standard Hulk powers, including superhuman strength, durability, and stamina. Though, unlike the normal Hulk, Hulk 2099 has extremely long claws, and retains John's intelligence when transformed. As for his appearances in media, Hulk 2099 has appeared in LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2 and Marvel Heroes.
Night's Flash. First appearing in The Flash issue 783, released in August of 2022, this variant of Barry Allen is a combination between Barry and Batman. In this universe, both of Barry's parents are killed in front of him by a crime lord who wanted to steal a serum being worked on by Barry's father that allowed people to heal quickly. Just as his mother is shot, lightning strikes the lab they're in, and everyone in there except for Barry and the crime lord dies. This lightning bolt gives Barry his powers, but it also gives the crime lord, Knives Maroney, super speed powers as well. But weirdly for Knives, he's now aging in reverse. As for Night Flash's abilities, he's got all your standard speedster abilities. He just kinda looks like Batman now.
Doom the Living Planet. First appearing in Astonishing Spider-Man and Wolverine issue 2, released in July of 2010, in Earth 10964, Dr. Doom was dying, not of a disease or anything that could be cured. He was dying of old age. While most would come to terms with this fact, Doom refused and enacted a plan to stay alive. So he transferred his consciousness into Ego the Living Planet, thus becoming Doom the Living Planet. Luckily, this was a very simple process and nobody was hurt, except for everybody on Earth who was killed in the process. Well, every human being. There was actually another sentient species living on Earth who survived, the Smallfolk, a millions-of-year-old ancient species of primates that hid from the rest of the world. They survived the creation of Doom the Living Planet due to Wolverine and Spider-Man giving them tips and tricks on how to survive. The Smallfolk worshipped Doom because, it's a giant planet with a face. Somebody's gonna worship it. Despite this, Doom was hell-bent on wiping out life on Earth. Luckily, thanks to the efforts of Spider-Man, Wolverine, and a robotic devil dinosaur, Doom the Living Planet was destroyed by a cannon that harnessed the power of the Phoenix Force, called the Phoenix Gun. Wolverine was killed when firing the weapon, but was revived shortly afterwards. As for his powers, he's a planet. He's a giant living planet, so he can morph his surface to whatever he wants. He also has various Doom insects living on him, which serve as his heralds. A second Doom the Living Planet would debut in Thor issue 5, released in September of 2018. Hailing from Earth 14412, this Doom survived a planet-wide massacre done by Loki, and in the aftermath equipped himself with the powers of Doctor Strange, Iron Fist, Ghost Rider, and the Star Brand. This allowed him to live for an extremely long time, but this wasn't enough power for him. So he eventually tried to take the powers of Thor, the Phoenix Force, and the Odin Force, though he would fail and be supposedly killed. Though he would return thanks to the help of Mephisto, who had somehow transferred Doom's soul into Ego the Living Planet. Yeah, they just kind of skipped the process of him becoming a planet. He just shows up again as a planet. He worked under Mephisto in Doom Supreme, another alternate universe version of Doctor Doom, one who founded the group the Multiversal Masters of Evil, and because he's literally a planet, Doom the Living Planet was essentially their living base, though he would eventually be killed. As for his powers, he presumably has the same powers as the previous Doom the Living Planet. Ultimate Hulk was a cannibal. The original Ultimate Universe was known for a lot of things, and one of those things was it being extremely edgy. From Red Skull killing a baby, Wasp being cannibalized by Blob, Wolverine trying to bang a teenage Mary Jane while in Spider-Man's body, and Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver's a very unique relationship. And Hulk got the edgy treatment too. He was a cannibal. Yeah, Ultimate Hulk is very aggressive, even more so than 616 Hulk. Not only does he literally eat people, dead or alive, he also brutally beats his opponents and tortures them. His most notable cannibal act was eating the Chitauri secret agent, Herr Kleiser. His body was then crapped out by Hulk, and the Ultimates, the Ultimate Universe's Avengers, analyzed his remains. Or, kinda his remains. It's more like they analyzed Hulk poop. It should be no surprise that this aspect of him was created by Mark Miller, who went on to create Old Man Logan, which features, honestly, probably the worst version of Hulk ever created. Sue becomes the Thing. In What If, issue 34, released in May of 1982, we get the answer to the question, what if Sue and Ben had their powers swapped? And, there's not really much of a story, it's just, well, Sue looks like She-Thing before She-Thing was a thing. That's too many things. She's got a big purse as her main weapon, so, you know, there's that bit of sexism. Yeah, this issue of What If was a joke issue, if you couldn't already tell. There's another universe in which Sue becomes Thing. We meet her in Excalibur issue 14, released in July of 1989. Her history is a little bit weird, because while she did receive the Thing powers from the cosmic rays, similar to how she got powers in Earth 616, her and her entire planet weren't naturally created. Instead, this entire planet and its population are a creation of an alternate universe Impossible Man. The most recent Thing Sue was introduced in Marvel Adventures Fantastic Four issue 25, released in June of 2007. In this reality, she was given Ben's Thing powers, but the rest of her team, Reed, Johnny, and Ben, were all killed, as well as every single man on Earth, leaving only the women left. This was due to the cosmic rays altering the microscopic germs living inside of people, which created a disease that wiped out all men. So Sue created the Femtastic Four and worked to find a way to bring all of the men back to life. This included trying to experiment on an alternate universe Human Torch, who got sent to their reality. And that'll be it, ladies, gentlemen, and NBs out there. That was the first ever compilation video that I've ever made. Will be the only one I make. We'll see how that works. Probably not. There'll probably be at least one or two more. We'll see. I thought these were kind of, you know, a fun idea, you know, to just like keep people you know, we could give people some content while they wait for the Iceberg videos, because the Halo remake Iceberg has taken a lot longer than it normally, like, I thought it was going to, because partially I'm still feeling burnout, but also I took a break at the beginning of the month, and I shouldn't have done that because it just delayed everything. And so yeah, it'll be out soon. Early August, earliest August. My guess right now is probably like August 8th to August 10th. Around that ballpark is probably when it'll be out. Really sorry about that, guys. I hope you enjoyed the compilation. You know, leave some ideas for compilations below. Besides, I'm not going to do a Fortnite one. That's just like a bunch of Fortnite entries from the video Iceberg videos. That would be a fun short, maybe, or like maybe I'll do it, but then make it like an unlisted video that you can only see if you, like, you know, click on like a link that's on a channel post, a community post. But that's not gonna be like like that'd be a little silly to be a main video, you know. But yeah, hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you to my $5 and $7 tier members: Maurice Deceased, Adam Depp, Digital Medic, Lone Thunder, The Mr. Train Track, Moxie, That's J, Cody Lester, Goat449, Hunter Gentle, V. Evans, Milo the Mighty, Mano, Guardian of Brooklyn, Domeshot529, Infinity Mark, Nathan Tench, Games with Toasty, Sailor Stell, Spencer Estes, John McIntyre, Timorum Nile, Corvus Seraph, KB6427, Kevin Sanders, Maury Doll, Gavin Grizzle, Jose Felix, Cowboy Tuba, Joe Cyanide, Awesome Man, Steven, Deadhead, Pit Stab, Titanoboa Hunter, James Miller, Daniel Vale, Ismail IXQ8, Xenodusk, Evan Teisman, JMax Air, Derry, Freeton, Paste, The Haddonfield Registry, Celeste Heron, Snorzy, Lazy Danny, It's Sky, Fidget Zero, Cole Russell, Small Islander, Nibrock Rock, Wojtek Wuchkowitz, F.A. Mert, Redden, Sleepy, George Shingoose, Nawa, Zachary Monsalve, and Noah. Once again, just thank you to everyone. I can't do this without you. I thank you. I cannot stress it enough. Thank you so much. Mentally it's been rough. These past honestly like year, like just it's not been good. So thank you so much for just any support at all. But you guys went above and have gone above and beyond. Thank you so much. Stay safe, everyone. Have a good day, and I will see you guys in the next Iceberg video, which once again will probably like August 8th through 10th is where that's the goal. It'll be out around then. I trust the plan.
Would you pull the car over, please? I think I'm going to be sick.